Guys, I'm very excited. Today, we are going to start a brand new miniature painting project. Now, I got into Warhammer painting about a year ago, and one of the very first things I painted was an Orruk. Let me show you. I think I must have painted this in like March of last year. I don't think it's bad. I'm actually pretty pleased with it across the board. I have another one right over here too that I also painted around the same time. I think they turned out okay. I want to try and see what I can do if I paint an Orruk now, about a year later. About a year into the hobby, I want to see if I can maybe do a slightly better job. So, I've done a sub-assembly. I've done a little bit of work to like prepare this mini. I've done a sub-assembly of a couple different parts. So, we have the body. Then we have the head. I mounted him on a stick, dude. We can put him up around the city wall. Mount his head on a pike. It's the only reasonable thing to do. And then I've got the two arms as well. I decided to just make them all separate here because it will be way easier to paint. And like I said, I'm gonna try and see if I can do a good job. So yeah, we've put him, we've given him the Ned Stark treatment. Although later on I will glue his head to his body back and everything will be okay. One Orruk a year to show improvement. Well, I did get a little spearhead worth of orcs. So I do have a few different orcs to go ahead and paint, but I'm very excited for this. It's gonna be fun. Now what I've done is I have obviously built it. I've spent a little bit of time building it as tidily as I can. I even like scrubbed it down with some water and I let it air dry and stuff. And then I primed it in full black, and then I used the airbrush to apply a base coat on all of the skin. So I used a little bit of the Elysian green, which is a like a relatively yellowy base coat, I suppose. I don't really love the super like Shrek-like orcs. Although I guess if I do end up painting like a unit or like even more miniatures, it is kind of fun to like have a bit of, especially with the skin colors, right, in an army. I think it's kind of fun to have a little bit of variety there. But anyways, for this one, I want to go with like a relatively yellowish green, at least to start things off. So I use that with the airbrush. And the first thing that I want to go ahead and do is block out all of the stuff that is not supposed to be green. It's gonna be a little bit of a boring part, but we'll just have to make sure that we block out any of the black details, because it's just gonna make it less fun to paint. Kind of useless, honestly. You don't really need to block anything out, but we're just gonna do a bit of a coat of black paint. The first brush stroke, chat. Oh, I did it. We're just gonna block out any parts that aren't supposed to be green. And we'll paint those at a later time. I wanna work on the skin color first, or all of the skin in general. And I'm gonna try again to use the same technique as I did on my previous mini project, the Flesh Terror. I wanna try and basically just use like the classic way of miniature painting. So very little, you know, washes, or at least like not a whole lot of them, and only when I'm absolutely in need of them. Right, we're gonna try and just do a lot of the blending using the good old brush instead, which is not easy. I'm by no means an expert when it comes to that painting style, but I really enjoyed it. So I figured we'll do some more of it. Just blocking down all of the stuff for the time being here, just so we can see what we're actually painting a little bit better. So I'm gonna try and mostly paint this in the art style of the box. So I wanna once more try and aim for the box art. This is a Orruk, so not an Orc. So in the Warhammer world, they have a couple different universes. And this one is from the Age of Sigmar universe. So not their most popular line. A lot of people paint Warhammer 40k, but Age of Sigmar is a different universe, and they have different types of orcs. So these are, they're not spelled O-R, or like they're not spelled O-R-K, they're spelled O-R-R-U-K. So it's an Orruk. A little bit funky, a little bit different. They, for the most part, look the same, except they don't have guns, I don't think. And I think their models are a lot cooler in general too, but the regular orc models are sick too. I just like these the best. So I figured we'll give them a shot. They have some pretty cool armor though. I'm gonna go for the yellowy armor. So green skin, yellow armor. And then we'll do, I don't know, maybe like probably like pretty muted colors on the rest of the mini, to be honest, because those colors are pretty bright. I haven't painted a lot of yellow, and I know that yellow is considered to be kind of a painful color to work with. So I guess we'll find out. I know that yellow is not considered to have the best coverage out there. But it'll be okay, right? Surely it'll be fine. So get your Smork Orruks out. And very important Twitch chat emoji while we paint orcs. Also, I need to not forget about my coffee, dude. I put my coffee on the other end of the disc. So excited to paint. You're an Orruk Warclans main? Let's go, dude. Yeah, they are very cool. There's a little bit of fluff. Hold up. Let me get Laurent's tweezers. I have them right over here. We gotta pick off the fluff when we see it. I thought I had them right over here. Did she steal it back? Oh no. Where are the tweezers? No. I don't know where the tweezers are. Maybe. Oh, you know what? No, I know where they are. Yeah, I put them in the wrong place. I did this myself. How many times have you ever dipped your brush into coffee? 0.
My daughter just got her Orc Codex last night.
Ooh.
She can't read yet, but she's excited. Cheers and thanks for the smiles. Tumbler glass emoji, _ tumbler glass emoji.
Very nice. Brian started adding in emoji, apparently. Curious. Thank you very much, Slightly. Thank you for the 39 months, dude. Tier 3 resub too, by the way. Big. Yeah, it's always important to get your children started in Warhammer world early, right? I mean, if your kids are really into Warhammer, you will know that they will never pick up smoking or drugs because they can't afford it. Smart, honestly. That's good parenting right there. Some of the mini parts are gonna be a little bit tricky to paint though, because I mean, these spikes that I've chosen for the chest piece on the front, it is a hello camera? Is my camera not focusing? Ah. All right. Anyways, those spikes, for example, are obstructing a little bit of the skin underneath. And obviously, because it's being obstructed, it also means that it's not going to be very visible. Still, we'll try and get some paint on there. This part underneath here, yeah, this one can be fully black. Yeah, I've got a little piece of paper. So for the previous miniature for the Flesh Terror, I had a blue background. I also had this like reddish burgundy type of color instead. Laurent had a couple different pieces of paper that she wasn't using anymore. I figured this would look nice. It's just an A4 paper though, it's nothing fancy. Yeah, I constantly change a little bit of the setup here and there. I'm trying to aim for the perfect setup, knowing that it doesn't exist. Smart, right? I mean, small improvements over time. I think that's worth it. Sometimes we have to dial it back though, and we go back to what we were already using. Your daughter is already genuinely a fan of orcs? Dude, that's awesome. Yeah, some of the details here are going to be kind of annoying to paint. I can already feel it. Even with the sub-assembly. Ah, well. We'll figure it out. It'll be fine. So this armor obviously needs to be black. Yeah, some of these things are very recessed, right? So they're kind of difficult to see. Which may also mean, though, that in the end they will just mostly be black anyway. If we block them in black, at the very least, it will look like they're very shadowed, right? It's a very harsh shadow. But it should do the trick. I saw you were doing a little bit of streaming too, Dylan, am I not mistaken? I didn't actually get to watch, but I saw that you, I think I saw your stream or something recommended on Twitch. Maybe it was recommending a VOD, I'm not sure. Streaming is the best. Do you guys know that some people don't stream? It's crazy. You finally had some time to stream again? Nice. What's up, Naroob? Naroob is considering a very dangerous thing, chat. He was posting on the Discord earlier today that he is interested in picking up miniature painting. Oof. Oof. Yikes. Dangerous. Great idea, by the way. Interestingly enough, by the way, on every single one of these models of the orcs, it has a tongue. You see that thing right over there on the top of his neck? That's a tongue. Now, what I thought was kind of funny is that the head that I chose, so you can choose out of like a dozen heads, the head I chose doesn't have a tongue visible. So even though this is a closed mouth, the tongue is going to be inside of his face somewhere anyway. Thought it was kind of funny. Every single one of the bodies, like basically there's like a mix and match type of setup. So you can choose what head you want to use and what body you want to use and stuff, and they all fit. And apparently every single one of the torsos comes with a tongue attached, even when the head will not have it visible in the end. You've almost finished the base of your Wraith Knight? It took you 30 hours? Dang. Have you heard of dry brushing, Dialan? You can do it in like 30 minutes, mate. I mean, maybe not up to the same standard, but... Are we blow drying today? Maybe. Good question, by the way. I did already shake my paints pre-stream. So, you know, didn't have to use the vibrator or anything. Do you have pictures of it, Dylan? I'm very curious. 30 hours on a base. Seems like a lot of time. Better be glorious. But I could also imagine you haven't been taking pictures of, you know, unfinished parts. If you bought the Spearhead, then you probably have a Brute Rager as well. I don't really know the names. So I know this is called a Brute. There is the Art Boys, And then there is, oh, the Ragers, are those the ones with like the flail swing thingamajigs, whatever they are? I think there's 3 of those included. I do really love orcs, dude. There's something about orcs. Yeah, the half-naked ones. Yeah. Those are fun. I like my orcs naked. I mean, it's good on Thort. Yeah, there's 3 of them. I'm not really intending on doing the whole box, but you know, painting orcs is really enjoyable, so maybe I will. Or maybe I'll save a few for next year, you know, and we can do another comparison to what I can do next year instead. This is going to be a comparison to what I did last year when I first painted an orc, which was one of my first minis. Maybe we can do a yearly tradition, you know, we paint 1 orc a year. I don't know, we'll just see, dude. We'll just wing it. We'll see how it goes. Sounds pretty fun, though. One nice thing is that this miniature won't have nearly as much edge highlighting. The Flesh Terror Terminator had pretty much only edge highlighting. I feel like that was about 80% of the job. Now, don't get me wrong. A job where I just get the edge sounds pretty amazing to me, but, you know, gets tiring at some point. There won't be as much edging here. So these shoulder pads and stuff are going to be yellow later on. Yeah, I did maybe more sub-assembly here than I really needed to, but I figured it'd be fun to paint it that way. I kind of like the sub-assemblies. I used to be a sub-assembly hater. Maybe I've gone a little extreme now. But on some parts, like these are pretty easy to glue on. On some part, it just kind of, I don't know, it kind of works. What's going on? I'm the program. My mom told you I was the best miniature painter in the world? She's right, dude. No. There's some amazing miniature painters out there. Dude, I joined a Discord server the other day where a lot of mini painters are apparently hanging out, and some of the guys are insane. Like, hey, I've been working on this one face for the last 17 weeks. Yeah, this is my first time painting an Orruk. Yep. I did paint an orc. This is an Orruk. Not painted one of these before. I'm doing the skin today, or at least I'm trying to work on the skin a little bit today. But I use the airbrush to get a base coat on it, so I'm just blocking out the non-skin details here. Just because it's more fun that way. And it'll make it a little bit easier to focus on the skin too. I think it's worth spending a little bit of time tidying it up a tiny bit. There's a good chance that when I'm done with the skin, I'm going to be accidentally hitting the details over here. When I do paint in the armor, oh well. This is just one coat. So I'm covering it with black. So look, this is the airbrushed. So this is primer and then a little bit of the accidental, you know, airbrush overspray because I needed to try and get it down into the skin. Like this is just one coat of paint. I'm not really trying to get like a perfect 100% coverage, but black has insanely nice coverage, right? Because it's black. So we don't really have to do a lot of coats. I'm just doing one quick little coat. This is the Army Painter's Matte Black. Army Painter Fanatic. It is the only black I've used after Abaddon Black. Abaddon Black is not nearly as good. This black is 10 times better. I know a lot of people love the AK 3rd Gen Black. Haven't ever used that though. This black is black. And I have this one right now. Maybe next time if I ever run out of this. I mean, you do tend to use the most basic colors a little bit more frequently, I guess. I may try out something else. You've been using the Vallejo Black? All right, yeah. Yeah, so I used the Vallejo Black primer on this. But then I used the airbrush, so we got a little bit of overspray, obviously. Maybe I should have just painted the armor green instead. Now, I took like 3 coats, though, with the airbrush to get this, this green. This yellowish green base coat. It did take a little bit. So I think doing this by airbrush is still way quicker. Yeah, I played a little bit of the first Berserker yesterday, actually. If you want to see me play it, if you look up yesterday's VOD for yesterday's livestream, it's also on YouTube. I played the first Berserker Kazan yesterday for the first time. That's pretty good. Albeit a little bit generic, but I've played a lot of Soulsborne games at this point. And the most recent one I played before that rather is Another Crab's Treasure, and that one is very unique. So, you know, maybe I shouldn't be too critical. You played the demo and you loved it so much that you ended up buying it? There you go. That's why demos exist. All right. Got a little bit on the skin over here, it seems. We'll tidy that up in a moment. Okay. Do we have any parts of the face? I guess the teeth and stuff can be blocked out. You're using freshly burnt bones that you have as a leftover after a Slanesh ritual to make your unique red paint recipe? Absolutely recommend. Dang. That's smart, Dialan. What happens in Flevoland stays in Flevoland is what I've been told. God, these teeth are absolutely tiny. It's getting hard to find students now. After your Slaneshi rituals? Right. I mean, you go through them pretty quick, I guess, huh? There's a great passage in a book called Fulgrim that details the exact thing you're describing right here, dude. It's beautiful. Am I not Dialan's student? I just annoy Dialan every once in a while. Hello, Dialan, what do you use for this? I don't know if you can use my blood for your paint though, dude. I don't know. Look at that smile. That smile. That damn smile. Okay. That'll be okay. I think that's the only part we really need to block out. And then for the arms, one day Loco doesn't show up and I win a golden demon. We all know what happened, dude. And the Slayer's sword goes to Dialan with a blood red miniature. Risky, dangerous. Do people use, for the Golden Demon stuff, do people use any actual metallic paints? Or is it mostly just all non-metallic metal type of looks? I guess you can do whatever, there's not really any rules as far as that goes, I suppose, but... I don't really love painting with metallic paints that much. It just always seems like, I don't know, it doesn't have... It doesn't, I don't know. Sometimes it looks good, but... It's always difficult to really see what's going on. Maybe I need to try out another one. I know a lot of people love the Vallejo. What is it, Model Air Silver or something? Not sure exactly. I've never tried that one though. Non-metallic metals has more options to show off true skill, but there's definitely uses for true metallic paints. Yeah, makes sense. Yo, Perdulio, thank you so much. Casual 5 gift subs. Hell yeah, dude. Thank you very much. There is, by the way, currently a 35% discount on gift subs, chat. I'm just saying, I'm just pointing it out. I think this is actually the last day, or maybe tomorrow is the last day for that. Just throwing it out there, you know, not implying anything. Just mentioning it. Just an off-the-cuff type of Waaagh! Thank you, Perdulio. Wait, did you just do another one? Wait a second. Whoa, hold up right now. Thank you very much. Yeah, Twitch decided to do some bonus subs, which is pretty cool. Well, it's not bonus subs, it's 35% discount instead. So it's a little bit different than September. Yeah, there really is a discount. Thank you, dude. So for 5+ subs, it's a 35% discount when you gift 5 community subs or more, which is actually quite a lot. But they only do this, I think, for like 3 days. Yeah. I missed a spot. I'm missing many spots. This is kind of just me blocking in some of the color here. Just take a little bit of time, but nothing too extreme. We have these, I think I'll leave the quartz as it is. The cables around his hand, I mean. It's a cool weapon. I have one axe and then one blade. Again, the weapons are also interchangeable, so you can pick whatever weapons you like. I mostly looked at the arms. So I wanted the arms to kind of point in the same direction. Or not in the same direction, but I wanted the arms to look, you know, both pointing downwards. So these are the arms that I selected. But there's a bunch of different ones in the box. It's kind of nice. Am I following any guide? So I'm mostly using some advice from the EVI archive, which is a like a paint, what do you call this? Like a handbook almost? They basically just have like an overview of the colors that are most likely used by Games Workshop as they use the as they make the box art. Now I don't have all of those colors, and I don't really want to go out and buy all of them, but at least it's giving me, you know, a little bit of a place to start. I do want to make them look relatively similar to the box art. But I'm going more and more off the beaten path. Less and less guide following, I guess. Although there's a lot of usefulness in guides though. I've been really liking the Infernal brush guides lately. I think the Infernal brush guides are absolute S tier. Just very difficult to copy, dude, because the cleanliness of some of the top painters is just, you know, like when you watch like I don't know, Sarah plays StarCraft and you kind of get the vibe, okay, I'm not gonna be able to ever do that. It's a similar vibe with some of the top end painters where they like are just insanely tidy. And they make it look kind of easy, but it really isn't. You seem to be painting with a lot more decisiveness. Oh yeah, I've been trying. I'm a little bit more confident in what I can do now, but ultimately, I think the main difference though, obviously a lot of the top-end painters are very talented and they, you know they have a lot of knowledge. But ultimately, I think a lot of them have just got like 3 decades worth of experience. You know what I mean? And a lot of the top-end painters also paint a lot. So playing catch-up there is not easily done. But it's also not really the goal, right? Like, I'm just trying to... It's not a competition. I am kind of like naturally somebody who makes everything into a competition, which is kind of pointless. It's like being Grandmaster in StarCraft and realizing how far you are from the true pros. Right. Yeah, I can imagine if you are... Yeah, I can imagine for your point of view especially, it's like, wow, these guys really are insanely good. It's also something else, to be honest, to like make it into a video format. Because like generally if you look at something in real life, it's smaller. Like on camera, this arm doesn't look that tiny. But like, you know, here, I'll put my computer mouse next to it. Here's my, like, you know, it's small. It's it's very small. So if you look at some of the top-end painters and what they do in video formats, it's, you know, a lot of very, very tiny details that really are hard to see with the naked eye. Yeah, comparison is nice when you want to look at what other people do. You're like, huh, shit, that's cool. I would like to be able to do that one day. I don't think it's as useful when you compare yourself to other people and then, you know, get demoralized because, oh, I will not be able to do like, you know, anything similar to that level anyway. It's good as inspiration. This is how your tiny arms feel when you miss a single workout. Have you considered not missing a workout though, program? This wouldn't be an issue. You had a customer once that was a bit disappointed. He thought it would be bigger and his eyesight wasn't that great. It is important to note after that sentence that Dialen does work in the miniature painting industry. Because that could be interpreted in another line of work. Sorry, that whole sentence is very funny. Because I have the humor of a 12-year-old. Sorry, I'm very childish. Yeah, miniatures tend to be quite small. It's very true. I can imagine it kind of sucks though if you're a miniature painter for commission work, right? And you do all that work, and then your customer isn't entirely happy with it. Because even though obviously you know it's a commission right from the start, you're still spending a lot of time on it. Even if it's a quick paint job, it'll still be, you know. He brought out a magnifying glass to see all of the details. I know there's a lot of people that seem to paint now with those like magnifying glasses, or not they're like little clip-on, you know, giga nerd spectacle type of things. I don't know if it's worth painting with those on though. Does seem extremely nerdy. What's going on, Unknown? Why are my nails different lengths? I don't know, dude. Okay. This is an Orruk. It is. It's kind of like Shrek. Maybe I should make a swamp base. Oh, I haven't shown you guys the base yet that I made for this miniature. I showed you the arms and the sub-assemblies and the face and stuff, but I didn't show you the base. I can show you that in a sec. I'm actually pretty proud of that one so far. I didn't paint it. But I did do a little bit of sculpting. As an absolute noob sculptor, I think it's the nicest sculpting I've done of a rock. I forgot to cut my right hand middle finger. No, I didn't. Yeah, it's okay, bro. We'll be all right. That's the thing about nails, they just keep growing. How annoying is that? I'll show you the base in a sec. And we'll just finish up this first step in the painting process. about half an hour of blocking out colors before we can actually begin the painting part. I painted a rock. No, I sculpted a rock. So I tried to make a custom base for the Flesh Terror that I finished a couple days ago. And I'm pretty happy overall with how it turned out. But it did look a little bit like an artificial rock, you know? It didn't really look very rocky. So I tried to make the one for this particular miniature a little shallower. And then a little bit, I don't know, hopefully a little bit more realistic. You ready for it? Boom! So I sculpted the top of the thing with clay, and I let that harden. And I used like a little Dremel drill bit to create some texture all over it, and to make sure that we chip off some of the edges and stuff. And then I added some modeling sand all around the base, and primed it all in black. I think it looks pretty good. So bro is gonna be able to stand on this somewhat like that in the future. I think this is a nice base, dude. I can show you the Flesh Terror. I think the Flesh Terror is not bad, but it's just, I don't think it's as clean, you know? Like the base is just a little bit, I mean, the rock is okay. I have tried using cork, yeah. So I got some of these, I've been using some cork here and there. This is from an IKEA coaster. It's just a little thick. And obviously you can shave it down with like a blade and all that, but I don't know, I've been trying out some clay. I also did a, where is it? Oh, here it is. I believe I've already shown this on stream before, but anyways. I did a little bit of rock producing. A little bit more rock production. So I got little shards of clay that I baked in the oven and then stripped off. And I'm planning on using some of these as like basing bits at some point in the future. I think these look kind of nice. We get a lot of good texture on them. And I don't know, been trying out some different things. I think we're gonna be able to use those at some point too. It's good on Thort. I need to drink more? I don't know about that, dude. What happened to the Tyranid I was painting? It's still right here. Let's not talk about the Tyranid, okay? You're right, you're right, you're right. I could use another cork or two for Thort, I'm not gonna lie. But to become an alcoholic just to get, you know, more corks for miniature painting does go a little far, don't you think? Or do you think that's reasonable? Hey, look, what sort of handle type would you recommend? Do you prefer the style you're using at the moment or the clamp style Citadel handle? I think the clamp style Citadel handle is okay. I think these from the whatever the company is called, Redgrass Games, are a little bit better. Honestly though, and this is gonna sound a little silly, but if you're willing to drill little holes in the bottom of the miniature, corks. These specifically are whiskey bottle corks. Whiskey bottle corks are perfect. Now, if you're not a drinker, if you don't, you know, I don't recommend you pick up drinking just because you... I don't drink very much myself, but it's, you know, they are very nice. No, no, that's not what I'm saying. No! I'll take a couple of coats. Bottoms up, lads. Time to start drinking whiskey and rum. No! Do you use painting handles, Dylan? You seem to always have it like onto a base or something. I don't know if you're actually holding the miniature while you're painting. You could probably go to a local pub. Yeah. I mean, you can just reuse them, right? You don't really need a lot. If you have a few of them, it's okay. You could probably use a wine bottle. A wine bottle is something you will go through a little bit quicker than a whiskey bottle, I would hope. Okay. You got a crazy setup with tubes and ball heads connected to your table? Ah, okay, I see. It's because you used to have really bad tremors and spasms? Gotcha. I mean, it's convenient though for a camera setup, because at least your stuff will always be in focus. I mean, at least there's one, you know, upside to the whole thing. Okay, let's see. We're gonna do a little bit of shading, I think. I wanna shade down some of the recesses of the miniature. Yo, Thort, thank you very much. I'm gonna do a little bit of glazing, chat. Where are my W glazers at? I'm gonna mix in a little bit of orc flesh into the base coat color. So this is a contrast paint. And we're gonna try and glaze it into the recesses. So I'm gonna mix the two together. And I think I'm gonna try and just do like extra amounts of the contrast paint over time, but we'll start with some of this. Yo, Thort, thank you very much, gifting us up to Jeffrey as well. Hell yeah. W glaze it. So it's going to make the paint very green. I'm gonna dilute it quite a bit. You actually also paint at eye height? Dude, maybe you're onto something. I don't have any tremors or whatever myself. But as far as like posture goes and all that, it might actually be OP. Okay, so we want to try and push some paint into all of the recesses. Try and create some shading. We'll have to use a couple different coats of this. I'm not great, by the way, at painting muscle. I tried doing it, like I said, a year ago with the previous orc guy that I painted. And I wasn't good at it. Maybe it'll go better this time, though. I don't know. At least I have a better understanding of what I'm doing now, so we'll try. Very thin layers of paint. Yo, Louis.
I have a wife.
Wait, a new wife? Or just making the announcement? Did you just get married, Louis? What happened? Thank you very much for the resubscription. Congratulations, Louis. You're just flexing? Ooh, dude, why flex? Damn. Very nice, Louis. Maybe he's got a second wife. Yeah, maybe. Does your first wife know Louis? Your wife's next to me, Loco. She says no second. Dang, you get nothing, dude. Poor Louis. Thank you very much, Confusion with a K. Welcome back. I can't believe your wife isn't even allowing you a second wife. All right. Shading code 1. She can get a second husband? Good point. You guys can be one big happy family. Want to go around the outside? She says one Louis is already too much. Dang. Man, she sounds very mean. First, she's not even allowing you a second wife. Now she says you're too much as it is. I don't know, Louis. Very inconsiderate. But very nice to be wife flexing. We see a lot more wife flexing these days on the stream. I thought the stereotype was lonely nerd. What is this thing called happiness, chat? I'm a little disappointed. Shit getting old, yeah. People getting like wives and children and stuff. Crazy, dude. Your girlfriend is an engineer? Jeez, look at all this flexing. You know the next step, dude? Assuming I stream for like another 20 years or whatever, we're gonna get guys in the chat flexing with their grandchildren. I mean, I know it's already happened. Thank you, Louis, for your 17-year resubscription. For some reason, I sound like a 100-year-old man. I got very old. We can see Twitch chat grow up, dude. That's crazy. Nerds know how to make money, Loco. It's obvious. Fucking nerds, am I right? Imagine being a nerd, chat. Wouldn't be me. I mean, yeah, I put paint on small miniature plastic soldiers, but this is serious business. Everybody knows that. This is something that needs to be done. Like, they're not gonna paint themselves. Okay. Just trying to overshade the fingers a little bit. I'll go pretty dark on the fingers, I think, in general, because they have so many cool recesses here. We have to tidy up some of this anyways. Okay. The body. Yeah, back in the day, you used to get beat up for being a nerd, dude. Now apparently it's mainstream to be a nerd. That's crazy. Now people are doing TikTok dances in elementary school. They're not even trying to hide it. This new generation is lost. They grew up playing Fortnite and doing Fortnite dances. Back in our day, dude, when you got bullied for being a nerd, those were the days. Kids don't know what it's like to be socially accepted for playing video games. They don't know what it's like to go to a birthday party and to have one of your great aunts asking you what you've been doing all summer, but the only thing you've been doing is play RuneScape. This is just the norm now. They just understand. You don't even have to come up with an excuse. But you know what me and Laurent did yesterday? We rewatched the first episode of Game of Thrones, season 1. Still a banger, chat. She was very hesitant to start watching it, but I think we're watching episode 2 tonight. That show is still a banger. Yeah, season 1 is actually very good. If you've never seen Game of Thrones, I think you should probably watch it until like season 5 or so. I've watched it once when it first came out. You know what? Something else I learned yesterday about Game of Thrones? The first episode came out in 2011. Chat! That's 14 years ago! 14! What the fuck? This is not okay. How did the first episode of Game of Thrones come out 14 years ago? Seriously? Oh, it was actually 4 years ago? Oh, okay. Well, I didn't know that. Thank you for correcting me. Google must have been wrong. Okay, coat number 1, done. On the shading. Let's do more. We'll go back to the arms. Gonna add a tiny little bit more of the green into the mix. So a little bit more of the Orc Flesh contrast paint. The darker green, that is. Just to make it a tad bit darker. I'm mixing this on my palette off stream, but just a little bit more. So we get a color that's a little bit darker, and I'm gonna dilute it down a bunch. So we can glaze it. Yeah, so this is a slightly darker color now. More W glazing. Again, painting towards the recesses. I think we also want the top of the shoulder to be a little bit darker, because the top of the shoulder is underneath the armor. So we can make that a little bit darker in general. Try to create nice round muscles. We want big muscle bellies, dude. Orcs are basically bodybuilders. This is how I imagine the average arm of the average viewer of mine. Except less green, I assume, but... Unless you're an ogre. Maybe you're an ogre, I don't know. Exactly the same. Nice. Yo, Maktovas, thank you so much. Gifting us up to Lauren. Hell yeah, thank you. This part of the arm should also be slightly darker, because this obviously is not getting a whole lot of sunlight. With the light coming in from the top, the more recessed parts, and like the parts underneath the armor, should obviously be slightly darker. We'll have to tidy up some of the little smudges later. All right. I'll continue onwards with this as well. Onto the hand. So first off, I'll try and do it a little bit into the recess here, where the arm meets the glove. And actually, there's a little part over here that I've accidentally hit when I blacked it out. Gotta try and tidy that up. Yeah. I did play Frostpunk 2, yeah, I did a full playthrough of the whole thing. It's up on my my second YouTube channel if you're interested. I played that game for maybe 50 hours when it first released. So if you go to youtube.com/morloco, there should be a playlist there called Frostpunk 2. And it has my entire playthrough. I did a couple of full runs. Whenever they release DLC though, I will definitely play it again. Yeah, it's a little different than the first Frostpunk. It's still good, but the original Frostpunk is a bit of a banger. It's very different with the council and stuff. They tried to do this thing called democracy. Ugh. Put this aside for a minute. Let it dry. Thank you, World of Zyos. I got lucky there though, but still. I will take it. I don't remember if I played Endless mode in Frostpunk 2. Which I guess means that I probably didn't. I think I maybe did it a little bit. Yeah. I don't think I played it very much though. Never a huge fan of endless modes in general, to be honest. Unless like the game's basic game mode is like a full sandbox. But oh yeah, it wasn't entirely endless. I think, I don't remember. It's been a while. Play a lot of games, guys. I remember though the overall vibe in Frostpunk 2 definitely is different than the first. I think some people will like it better. Personally, I think I prefer the overall vibe of the first game, but... yeah. Honestly, heads off to them for not just making the same game twice, you know? Must have been very tempting. Because that's what a lot of companies do, but they actually try to experiment a little bit and change up the general game plan. Which is cool. Yeah, it's the same with Darkest Dungeon. Darkest Dungeon, also very similar in that regard. I also like Darkest Dungeon 1 a little bit better than Darkest Dungeon 2 across the board, although both are excellent games. They just decided to take a bit of a different approach. You know what? I can only really compliment that. Taking some risks and keeping your fans guessing as to what you're going to be making. Not being able to, or not afraid to experiment on a formula that has worked. Yeah, I think it's cool. Okay. Code number 2 for the second arm. Definitely we'll have to do some tidying up here. We'll do that in a little bit. I need a little bit more paint. What time is it? Okay. Not that late yet. Sometimes I accidentally get stuck miniature painting and I don't even recognize time is going by. We'll have to tidy some of that up. The eye socket is going to be a different color later, but I'll add a little bit of recess shading to it for now. Oh, geez, you can't even see. I had it way out the frame, my bad. Okay. Do I do Warhammer Fantasy stuff too? I just paint. I don't paint armies, so I just paint, you know, whatever miniature I think is cool. I haven't painted a old world miniature yet, but I'm not against it. They look cool. I like some of the new, I don't know what the faction is called, but they just announced like a, I don't know what it is. It's a cool looking mini. I think there are a bunch of elves or something. There's like a dragon dude that I thought was pretty cool. Have I played Europa Universalis? I have not. Now, in general, I'm not a real big guy when it comes to 4X type of games. I also just generally kind of suck at them. That's a different problem all on its own. Cathay, is that what they're called? I don't know, Kransel. You might be right though. But I just paint, so I just kind of pick cool miniatures, or at least ones that I think look cool. And I paint those. Okay, a little bit of shading done. Quite pleased with how this is going so far. So we're doing shading first, and then after this I'm going to be relayering some of the details, and then we'll do some highlighting. Don't know if I'm going to be able to do all of it today, but that's the step for following. I'm going to do one additional step with the same set of 2 colors after this. Trying to glaze into the middle of the back. I'm gonna create some shadows. Any of the bottom facing sections should have a little bit of a darker color. There's actually a little bit of black over here too. Same over here. This should also be a little bit darker. And obviously this is where the arm gets glued in. So we don't have to put too much detail onto it, but it doesn't take that much time. Ever read The Wind and Truth yet? No, I haven't yet. I'm still rereading Oathbringer, dude. I'm like 80% through that book right now, but I kind of got distracted with other books. And I obviously still have the 4th book after that before I, you know, it will take a while. But I've heard, from what I understand, that we probably won't see the 6th book in the Stormlight Archive for like a decade. So I'm not really in a rush, you know? But yeah, I'm definitely a little bit, no spoilers, please. No, thank you. He's going to do the next era of Mistborn first. Fair enough, though. Mistborn is also a bit of a banger. A lot of books to read, guys. A lot of fantasy out there. Trying to get a bit of paint over here in the bottom section, but this part is pretty blocked. Yo, what's going on, Brusick? How are you doing today, dude? Are you gonna join us for the arcade night? Which it doesn't really require any crazy pings. You are? Let's go, dude. Okay, we're gonna go one step darker still for the shadows. I'm gonna use some pure orc flesh contrast. I will obviously dilute it. Trying to put it into all of the most recessed parts. Huh. That's awesome, Jay. Okay. A lot of nice recesses here though, where this paint can sit in. Very convenient. Thort is here too. Absolutely, man. Thort's usually hiding in the background though. A lot of streams. I think. I don't know. All right. Not bad. I'm gonna push the shadows here in the direction of the glove. Okay. Got some nice shading, I think. Good. Let's put that to the side. Look, I've never done it before, so maybe it's horrible, but I think it looks good. Mini painting is a lot of fun, dude. I can highly recommend it as a hobby. Plus, you get to paint your thumb. Actually, you don't have to paint your thumb. Entirely optional. I'm taking it as a bonus though. Mostly just concerned with the shadows for now. We will be tidying up the other details, but that'll be the next step. Try and tidy up some of the parts here with the original base coat color. Basically doing the same thing, but then in the opposite direction. This one's a little bit messier. It's okay. Okay. We can work with that. Next up, the head. The head obviously needs to be very tidy, because it's the first thing you generally see on a miniature. Really just want to focus on the most deep recessed bits here. What do you guys I have no idea what Chet is currently going on about. What's happening, Chet? I think I missed something. And I'm way too lazy to scroll up. I can tell the conversation's no longer about miniature painting, though. We're talking about ticks? How fun. Dangerous, dude. I had a neighbor once who got bitten by a tick. And she got absolutely GG'd out. For years. I heard she's doing a little bit better now, but it's been like a decade. Oh, you got a tick on your cat? I see. Yeah, careful with those. What? Really? Your neighborhood cat got 26 ticks? You removed those? That's wild, dude. Is this like a stray? I'm guessing that's a stray cat. But I don't know. Well, the ticks are just trying to play survival as well, right? But yeah. Shitty creatures for us. My cats don't go outside, so very unlikely that they will have ticks. I think you mostly get it from like hanging out in bushes and forests and stuff, right? I remember our dog though, when I was a kid. She would always get ticks. I would often help my dad out, help remove them. But sometimes they would get really big, you know? Hard to find them. Okay, I think we're gonna do a little bit of tidying up. So we're gonna take the original base coat, and I'll do a bit of glazing in the opposite direction to basically just try to keep the shadows nice and tidy. So I'm gonna use some very diluted Elysian green here. And any parts that I feel like look a little bit messy, I'll glaze in the opposite direction of where we have done the recess for the shadows. And that should create a nice smooth transition, because this is a very thin coat of paint. So like anything where the shadow is a little bit too extreme, Gonna push a little bit of paint, a little bit of the pigment. Up into the top of the thing. And then within those sections later on, we can create some highlighting. Some of the recess shading here is obviously with that contrast paint. And it can create some weird, ugly drying lines. Some of this might take a few coats. Your outdoor cat has ticks all the time. Yeah, they crouch in bushes and stuff, right? Like cats just like to chill in like shrubs and grass and whatever else they can hide in. You get kicked by a horse? Dang. You guys live in very rural areas, dude. Some of you live in very rural places. Okay. Yeah, cats are basically playing PUBG IRL. Very true, dude. They are born with a ghillie suit. How OP is that? Those normally only come from care packages. Hey, thank you, Dan. This is a ZVE10 from Sony. And then I have a 16 to 35 lens on it, which is not ideal for miniature painting, to be honest, but glad you think it looks good, because I've spent too much money on this setup. But it works now, and we're not... It's a sunk cost now, okay? But the overhead cam is always useful though. I always wanted to have a second camera for my streaming setup. All right, how is it looking, chat? Ooh, nice, Dan. You just got the Harder and Steinbeck Ultra? Let's go. The new one? The 2024, I think? 5? I don't know. I'm gonna do very smooth transitions here. Spending a little bit of extra time on it. Yeah, I'm not an expert airbrusher by myself by any means, but I got a Harder and Steinbeck brush too, and it is really quite nice. I don't have a lot of experience with them, but I did do a lot of research as far as them go last year, and it seems like in general, the new generation of Harder and Steinbeck brushes are considered to be very, very good price to performance ratio. I'm always a sucker though, because I know there's like a couple of Japanese airbrusher brands. And I am a bit of a sucker when it comes to Japanese products in general, because they tend to be really good. This is German engineering though. The Harder and Steinbeck. And ultimately, living in the Netherlands especially, products that come from Germany are way cheaper as far as, you know, transport and all that goes, than anything from Japan. Plus German products are obviously also known as high quality. Yeah, German engineering is real, dude. Tell me how much the Germans are paying you, Loco? Well, a lot of my viewers are German. Probably about half my income is coming from Germans, dude. No, maybe like a third. They're not directly paying me. Well, some people are subscribers too from Germany, but... a lot of my advertisement revenue is generated by Germans. Does that count? You've seen some questionable German engineering at the company? I mean, that's any place, right? Just because something says made in Japan doesn't mean it's automatically good. But I am a sucker for the thing. It seems to be disappearing as well a little bit in Japan. But you know, like how there's like, I am a 7th generation scissor manufacturer. And this is like a family for 200 years. They've only been ever producing scissors, right? Like that exists. And I can guarantee you those are gonna be some damn fine scissors. I am a sucker for that sort of thing. But there's a Japanese soy sauce company for literally 1,000, that's literally 1,000 years old. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. There's a lot of pride, you know what I mean? And some German companies definitely have that too. And I do think the airbrush company is definitely one of them. They put in a lot of work. And they sell them for very reasonable prices too, dude. Like, that's the crazy part. Like, one of the top-end airbrush things that you can buy, like recent manufacturing, the whole shebang, lots and lots of time, lots of resource, lots of effort goes into it, and you can buy one for $100. I think that's pretty reasonable. Because ultimately, it's one of those things that doesn't really break, you know? Like, at least assuming you treat it well. It's just a hunk of metal. My paint is too dry. Kikoman. Is Kikoman, is that a Japanese company? They make soy sauce, right? Kikkoman soy sauce is expensive though. I can be a multi-generation Twitch streamer, dude. Hype. They're 1,447 years old. Oh, that's a construction company in Japan. They were founded in 578 AD. That's crazy. I'm gonna add like some fleshy colors as well later on onto some of the hand details, some of the knuckles and stuff. A lot of the Orruks have that, so they have like little like pale skin colors on them. And it looks good. Okay, I think we're gonna let this dry. But I think we got some good shadows on there. Let me see. Yeah, let me use my camera over here as a rear view mirror. Obviously those ropes are gonna be different. We can do one more little coat over here. Really being very specific about this. Very anal. Being very anal about my muscle bellies. Yeah, that's good. Perfectly good word to use, chat. But whenever I do use that word, people make fun of me. All right, that arm can go away for a little bit. Yeah, it looks like I've been, you know, me and the Ninja Turtles, we go way back. Donatello and me, bro. Match made in heaven. I stuck my finger, oh yeah, I've become a brush licker. Not all the time, not as frequent as some real brush lickers out there, but I've become a thumb painter and a brush licker. It's taken about a year. Look, I'm trying to see. I'm not just painting my thumb for the sake of painting my thumb, okay? I'm trying to dilute the paint down to a point where it runs into the recesses of the miniature and that it's very thin. And what I can do with my thumb is see if it's running into the recesses of my skin. And I know at that point it's thin enough. I don't want it thicker than that. It sounds silly. But my thumb is right there, you know? Plus we can kind of take the excess off a little bit. Which is very convenient. This arm is gonna take a little bit more work. I feel like the other one was way tidier than this. Who painted this arm, dude? Ay, ay, ay. I'm gonna turn into Shrek at this point? Dude, I wish I was Shrek. I always wanted to live in a swamp. That's the dream. Spoiler alert, by the way, he lives in a swamp. Sorry if you didn't get to that part of Shrek yet. To be fair, that's literally the opening scene, but you know. Shrek 1 was released in 2001. I don't like this anymore. I remember watching Shrek 1 on VHS tape as a kid, so it's been a little bit. We definitely need a little bit of shading over here. For some reason I didn't put any here. Okay, you guys still talking about soy sauce? Very nice. We recently went to, this was Wednesday actually, we went to an Asian supermarket in Amersfoort. And I got like a liter bottle of soy sauce. So I think it's a liter and a half. We got like a big bottle by a company we're not familiar with. It said something along the lines of Korea's #1 soy sauce or whatever on the bottle. I'm not exactly sure what brand that is. But we got a good discount, so, you know. That's how you get a Dutch person, dude. You give them a good discount, bam. Well, soy sauce is an important thing, dude. Sempio? Maybe it is Sempio. I feel like that does ring a bell. But maybe my brain is just ringing, you know? I feel like that actually may be it. Kung Ki is a pretty popular brand in Hong Kong. Soy sauce, sesame oil, oyster sauce, they do it a lot and it's pretty good. Dang. Dude, I never realized that there was such an excitement for this sort of thing in the chat until, you know, until the rice cooker situation was brought up. And I feel like this is just an extended conversation now. From rice cookers, we automatically go to soy sauce. I eat a lot of rice these days, dude. I now sometimes catch myself, and this is coming from somebody who didn't own a rice cooker like 2 years ago until Twitch chat convinced me to get one. I am now finding myself sometimes eating rice 3 times a day. I had rice for breakfast today as well as for lunch. Rice cooker gang, you have convinced me. What type of rice? We got that from the same store, but earlier. I got like a big, like 10 kilogram bag that didn't fit in my backpack, and I parked like 20 minutes, no, not 20 minutes away, like a 10-minute walk away. So I had to walk across the street with my fucking 10 kilogram bag of rice. It's like a sushi type style rice. Did I slap the rice? I don't know about the slapping of the rice. It's a short grain, yeah. Have I proposed to my rice cooker? No. This reminds me, Loco, my cat said, or my kid, what's the difference? My kid said he didn't like rice until he made it from the rice cooker, and, oh, okay. Now he loves it? Yo, let's go. You got the same rice cooker as me, right? Big dude. Not liking rice. Ay, ay, ay. I have been washing my rice. No, I have been washing my rice too. Although I will say that washing my rice is not, like, that's not my favorite part about eating rice. It is, yeah, not my favorite part of the process. Why does this one look way nicer? What's going on here? I think I've been a little harsh with the outlining. Rice cookers are OP, yes. You think washing rice is therapeutic? Yeah, but the really nice thing about a rice cooker though is that you just kind of turn it on and then you go AFK. Or you can even like schedule it the night before and you just kind of, you know, let it sit overnight and then you wake up and you just have rice. You can make good rice with a pot. It's not that hard, but it's just it's just a little bit more tedious. And it comes out every time it comes out perfectly with a rice cooker. You can schedule rice, dude. Yes. It kind of depends on the rice you have. Because some rice doesn't really like sitting in a pot overnight. Because it gets all weird and, you know, gloopy. Gloopy? I feel like that's the best word to describe how I feel about it. But, for some, you can do that just fine. You just schedule it, and then you, I don't know, I usually schedule it for like 6:30. And then when I wake up, there's rice sitting in the pot. Let's go on 4 Evening Star. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you for the 39 months. Yeah, you do get a little bit of a texture difference, but it doesn't bother me. Egg fried rice is another one of those OP dishes, dude. So if you have like leftover rice, you just put it in a pot, put it in a fridge. Boom! Make egg fried rice the next day. I mean, I've been doing that for years, but... I now automatically always just overmake rice. You can store it in the fridge for a little bit. I don't know how long you can store cooked rice in the fridge for, but... I've eaten it after like 2 days or something and it still seems to be okay, but... Wouldn't really want to go longer than that. Generally next day type of thing. What's good on, Bob? Good morning. You've never been a fan of fried rice? It's so boring? I don't really mind boring though. You just bought a box of Brutes a couple hours ago? Yo, let's go, Blue Harvest. You can do a paint along. We can compare Brutes. This is an Orruk Brute, by the way, in case you're wondering. This is an Orruk Brute. Okay, I think we'll let this dry and we may revisit in a little bit. I'm just trying to do the shadows today. Next up, we'll do some highlighting tomorrow. Well, maybe not tomorrow. Maybe I'll do it off stream. Who knows? Nobody knows. All right, brush is just a little too wet, a little too moist. And too much moisture is also not good, chat. Want to keep it very dilute, but... Yeah, we're gonna do some Warcraft 3 after this, actually. Absad. So if you want to watch some of that live, after I'm done painting, within like the next half hour or so, we'll do some Warcraft 3. Playing more human today. Paladin Rifleman, dude, that's the plan. I'm not very good at it. But somehow I'm already beating people that are much higher MMR than my Night Elf MMR currently. Feels like I've unlocked a cheat code. It's not super cheaty though. I kind of figured it would be easier than it is. It's actually not super easy. Well, I want to try a couple different races. I do like Night Elf a lot though. I think Night Elf is very enjoyable. So I tried playing Undead, but Undead seems to be mechanically extremely challenging. And then I tried playing Orc. And Orc just seems to be very good, but also you need to kind of know what you need to do in each situation. And I just don't have the game knowledge. So Orc and Undead seem to come with their own difficulties. Whereas Human just seems to be, you know, kind of just make your own stuff and aim for the stars type of thing, which is kind of nice. Trying to keep the skin very smooth though. Almost. Trying to go for like an airbrush type of look. We'll add some more sharper highlights at some point, but A little bit of a smudge over here on that cheek that we need to fade out. Let's just dry it for a second like this, sideways. That beautiful smile. Aww. It all started with that smile. That damned smile. Hard to resist. The base coat, by the way, that is recommended for basing the teeth is literally this. I thought it was kind of funny. This is a pretty dark brown. Anyway. That'll be at some later time, but the base coat for the orc teeth is surprisingly brownish. Yeah, I guess it makes sense. Okay, let's let that dry for a little bit. Now we gotta tidy up the back here too. I don't really like how the back turned out so far. It's all a little too harsh. The spine is okay though. Like the deepest part over here, but the sections around it are just not really my jam. Some ugly drying lines here too. Okay. Luckily we can re-establish the colors pretty easy, because we've only used 2 colors. Korean cuisine is overpowered, dude. 100%. We went to a Korean restaurant that opened in the Netherlands, or in Amersfoort. not too long ago. It was really nice. It was also surprisingly affordable. Generally, going out to dinner in the Netherlands has gotten pretty expensive, but not a lot of Korean cuisine in general in the Netherlands, but it's always nice. I always like Korean cuisine. Bibimbap? Yep, that's what I had actually. I had bibimbap with some beef, with some bulgogi. It was really good. But it was more like a shared dining type of thing, so more like these little dishes type of things. Not a lot of cuisine in the UK at all. Well, in the UK you do have food. In the strictest sense of the word. Yeah, it got served in like an original stone bowl and everything. Yo, I will not have beans and toast roast, okay? Beans, toast, like fried eggs. I will even take some of those blood sausages, the black pudding. You know what? Look, we can roast Britain for many things, but I do like a full British breakfast. Yeah, you know, the type of breakfast where after you've had it, you immediately need a nap, even though it's 9 in the morning. That's the type. Yeah, dude. Very good. I have to add some highlights to all of this, so I'm not really too concerned with the brightest spots. Actually have a little bit of black over here that's still visible. Ay. You work night shifts in London and the breakfast was the best lunch you ever had? Yeah. I like a good British breakfast, but also it is pretty heavy. It's like, let me have 1,500 calories for breakfast real quick. I've never actually calculated it, but it feels like it. Not very common in the Netherlands, certainly. What's up, Special? I'm painting an orc. Yeah, I just started. So I've just been doing the base coat today on the skin and then the shadows. So I'm doing a bit of a sub-assembly. There's a couple of arms over here too that I've been painting up. We were just discussing Korean food, dude. Very overpowered. Are you still in Korea, actually? Do I want to know a random fact? Hit me, dude. Really? I don't know how fun that fact is. I know Korea in general is very strict with that sort of thing, though. I think it's similar too if you like go gambling or something in another country. I know Koreans also are not allowed to do a whole lot of gambling. At least is what I've heard. I've never actually noticed this, but apparently in Korea there's loads of like casinos and stuff, but they're not meant for Koreans. Like apparently Koreans aren't really meant to go there. Apparently this is just for the non-Koreans there. Because Koreans aren't allowed to gamble. Which is pretty wild. Yeah. In the meantime, over here in the Netherlands, all of the lotteries and shit that you see on television are literally run by the government. Like, literally, I'm not even joking. The fucking lottery that they play everywhere and advertise all over the place is literally government owned. As we all know, guys, banning things will make it so that your population is not interested in giving it a try. That's how that goes. Always the best. This time has proven this over and over and over again. When you ban something, people will definitely not do it. That's how it goes. Okay. This is quite a time-intensive way of painting, guys. Not the easiest thing to do, but... Okay. Is that his butt cheek you're painting, Loco? This is his shoulder. So this is his back right over here. He's a bodybuilder, dude. Huge back. Big back. I've been told that you can't say the words big back anymore, guys. I have been trying to grow a big back for the last 10 years, but apparently it is now an offensive term. But if you guys could please start calling me big back, I would be very happy. You have a big back? Why is it offensive? So I've been told this by Rushi, who teaches middle school. And apparently, rather than calling people fat or whatever, they say that they have big backs. Which is kind of funny, dude. Like, I think it's kind of funny. But apparently as a teacher, you can't have your kids saying, big back, big back. Because apparently that is offensive. Big boned? That's what I used to hear back in the day, but... It is quite creative, really. You have a big back, but it's all the squats? You train your back with squats, Peter? Peter, don't even... Peter, look. You're calling yourself out here, dude. Oh, okay. I see. Well, still kind of calling yourself out there because nobody would refer to it as... But anyways. You mean the posterior chain. That is what you're referring to here. Fair enough. Wait, really? People use back as a slang for butt? I've never heard that before. When I first started paying attention a little bit to competitive bodybuilding, some of those things that they highlight in the broadcasts and stuff is interesting, dude. Like one thing, for example, that judges get very excited for in bodybuilding competitions is striations in the glutes. This basically means that your body fat percentage is so low that you can see like the feathering in the glute muscle. Apparently it is an absolute critical part of top-end bodybuilding. Weird sport, dude. Very strange sport. Very strange beauty standards. Yeah, not even the dragon or the Dragon Ball characters have it, dude. Okay, quick little run with all the other parts that I've painted. I don't know. Hey, like with $10 if you dip the figure into olive oil so its muscles can glisten like a bodybuilder. What? Yo, get your fetishes out of my chat, Fear Dragon. This is a family-friendly show, dude. You mean a gloss of varnish. That's what you mean. This is Fear Dragon's favorite tool. Make it shiny and glistening. Gloss me up, boss. Oh, for you it's really olive oil? Mate. If I dip this entire miniature into olive oil, I'm pretty sure I spend about $10 in olive oil as it is. Have you seen the price of that stuff? Extra virgin olive oil? Why is it always Fear Dragon? Why is it always Spear Dragon, dude? This arm's looking pretty good. Obviously, no highlighting on it yet, but I think the shadows look nice. This one's looking pretty good as well. Wouldn't mind making it just a bit tidier, but... I think, by the way, the skin is likely going to be the most time-intensive part on this mini. Either that or the yellow armor. The yellow armor is going to take a while too. So I really do want to try and spend some time on it. Okay. I think this is ready for some highlighting. Making a really good yellow is hard. Yeah. I want to give it a shot anyway. I think this face is pretty much good to go for the highlighting stage. Trying to keep it very smooth. Thank you, Teak. Ever since I started painting my thumb, things have been going better. Dude, what do I do when I run out of space on my thumb? Do I go all the way up to my elbow? What if I run out of elbow? Yo, Lumi.
Hi, logo.
Thank you very much. Do we want to do a little bit of highlighting today as well, guys? Or do we want to switch to a little bit of gaming? I'm gonna do the arcade night at 6. Maybe do a little tiny bit of highlighting. I want to do like at least like no, no. You're here for the edging? We're not gonna be doing any edging today. I think I'm gonna try a tiny little bit of highlighting. No edging? Nope. Gonna mix in a little bit of Augrine camo. They wanna glaze towards the highlighting, or towards the tops of the muscle. Actually, I took some notes for myself that I wanna try and execute, and it says that I wanna do this slightly differently. Actually, you know what? Let's finish up the recesses. Loco from the past wrote a note to myself. I watched a video on somebody painting orc flesh. And one thing they did was a very thin line with the pure dark green into the deepest recesses. So I'm gonna give this a shot. It's just a little tricky. So this is a very dark, this is the same dark color that I used, but now pure. So just to kind of frame the absolute darkest spots. Might mean that I have to go back into tidying up later, but... I mean, this is pretty close to edging. It's just edging in the deepest parts. It is a little difficult to do properly, though. I never thought edging was going to be this tricky. I thought I had mastered the technique a long time ago. Keep edging, Loco. I think that's a little too dark, isn't it? Not too pleased with that. A little bit too much, I think, over there. Yeah. Maybe if it was slightly thinner, it would have looked better. All right. Okay, we'll let that dry. If you etch too much, you can make a mess. Yeah. You gotta be gentle about it, you know what I mean? Okay. Yeah, maybe I shouldn't have done it on that muscle. Going all the way over to the top on the shoulder. On the other arm. But just in the deepest parts over here. Yeah. I painted too deep and too greedily. I sure did. Hey, Scott. My thumb is becoming progressively more green. Green and yellow, green and yellow, green and yellow, green and yellow.
Wil je nog koffie?
Graag.
Deze of is het iets anders?
Huh?
Is dat die koffie?
Ja, wil je misschien ook gewoon water pakken?
Okay. Gewoon koud?
Ja, gewoon water.
Water?
Demon language? Absolutely, chat. Is this the devil's tongue? It is. Tickling his nose. Okay. I think all of this is looking pretty good. Okay. And then the body. Just in the absolute darkest recess. That big line. Through the middle. Maybe some of these tiny ribs over here. Orc ribs, dude, on a barbecue. You think it'd be nice? Okay. The only thing that I don't really like about what I've just done is the dark line over here going across the shoulder. This dark line. I'm gonna try and see if I can blend it away. It's gonna take a few coats of paint. And gets a little bit too bright. Or a little too dark, rather. I wanna make it a little bit brighter. Thanks. Oh. Thank you. I got chocolate, I got coffee, I got a clean cup of water for cleaning my brushes. Ay, ay, ay. What a service. Service with a smile. Yeah, I think some of these are just a tad bit too extreme. Trying to keep it as smooth as I can, but it's not so easy. Like the smooth transition from color to color is more difficult than it looks. And I don't think it looks particularly easy. Yeah. I think that's pretty good, right? When we get to the highlighting, it'll look a little bit better still. I mean, it just takes a lot of coats. It just takes a lot of very thin coats of paint to like build up over time. It's a fun type of painting though, it's just time intensive. So on the head, for example, we want to have like loads of small transitions. Dude, my palette is a freaking mess. Okay. Okay. I think that's where I'm going to be wrapping it up. This line over here is memeing me, dude. I don't really love that part. I mean, to be fair, most of this is going to be hidden underneath the shoulder cuff anyway when we glue them on. Okay. We know it's there. We know it's there. No, this is okay. We'll add highlights to it and all that nexter time, which will probably be on Monday. Just gotta clean the brushes real quick. And then we'll do a little bit of gaming. Nexter time. I believe that's a time slot, right? I think everybody knows what that means. Just use 2 brushes today. A size 1 and a size 00 for those of you interested. Very universal sizes. Universally good at stuff, I mean. A little bit of brush soap, as per usual. Trying to make sure that I especially get any of the stuff out of the metal bit. Is that a 00 in your pocket, or are you just happy to see me? 00 is very small, Barnacle. Generally the smallest type of size people use for mini painting. And they use small brushes for mini painting in general. But that's okay. If he has a 00, that's all right, dude. Every brush is beautiful, is what I've been told. Yo, Dark Rat, thank you for cutting me off of that line of thought. With the 5 gift subs. Hell yeah, appreciate it. $35% off, by the way, guys, on gift subs. When it's more than 5 for 5. Hell yeah. Thank you very much, Dark Rat. Sorry, Dark Rat, I took your generosity as an opportunity to sell out. I'm a terrible person. It was just the easiest way of doing it. Okay, so final look at what we've built today. Blacked out all of the armor pieces and the non-skin parts. Added shadows to the green skin. I think they're looking pretty good. We got the face. Very pleased with the face so far. Plenty of opportunity though for me to mess that up, don't worry about that part. And then we have the 2 arms. So next time around we'll add some brighter colors. And I'm gonna add some brighter colors using like a yellowy color. So we're gonna add some Ogren camo. This is the base coat right over here. Ogren camo is like a significant shade brighter than it. So we'll probably start with like a 50-50 mix between the 2. And we'll try to create some highlights. Work our way to pure Ogren camo. It's gonna look nice. Why is there a hair? Jeez, you weren't supposed to see that, man. I'm considered to be a professional. Professionals aren't supposed to have hair. No, actually, I'm not sure. Guys, I did a little bit of painting yesterday. Maybe like an hour and a half, 2 hours or so while watching some YouTube videos. It was nice. I started doing a bit of highlighting and a little bit more shading on my Orruk. And it's turning out pretty okay so far. We're gonna continue onwards with exactly that today. I'm very happy with the head. We have a little bit more detail to add, obviously, but I think overall the head is turning out to be okay. So we have the body over here. And then we also have the other arm. Now, sadly for me, I created a giant splotch yesterday, right over there. I mean, it's not that big of a deal. We can just shade in the opposite direction. But still, I was trying to avoid that. So we'll just continue shading. I really want to try and get the skin to look nice. So I'm just going to continue using the same 3 colors. And I want to start adding a little bit as well, a little bit of variety in some places. With tiny little bits of like an amber type of skin color. Which is what they seem to use on a lot of the box art. So I want to try and see if I can add a little bit of that myself too. So I'm gonna mix in a tiny bit of the amber skin as well. Just on like the brightest points, I suppose. Things like, for example, the tops of the ears and maybe like any, I don't know, wrinkles in the elbow, something along those lines. We can add a little bit of variety there. Yeah, I saw that. I saw you finish the Lone Spear, dude. Very cool. But yeah, we're gonna add quite a bit of variety to some of these details. I'll mix in some of the base coat. A little bit of that more pale skin color to the Ogryn camo mix. We'll just add little tiny glazes of it onto very small details. I've seen people do this in other videos and it looked quite nice. So we'll try and add a little tiny bit of it. Some of the creases, may have to do a few coats of it. Do you use a toothpick to put them in the cork? This is actually a paper clip. So I drill a little hole in the bottom. And then just a little paper clip that I glue in there with super glue. The nice thing is with the super glue, like it's quite brittle, so you can clip it off pretty easily. No worries. I think it's nice to, like you do have to use like the nicer, thicker paper clips. I tried doing it with one of the smaller ones, and those are kind of garbage. Don't recommend those. Gonna add a little bit as well to the lip. When I'm painting in the teeth, I'm a little afraid I'm gonna hit some of these details again anyway. So I may have to redo this at a later time. Let's just say Future Loco, bit of an idiot. Yo, what's good on Prometheus? You've been watching since 2014, pretty much on YouTube, but wanted to stop by and say hi. Thank you for the decade. Yo, thank you for watching for that long. That's amazing. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. The fact that some of you have been watching for years and years and years is amazing. Thank you, guys. Very cool. What do we think of Cathay being announced? Is that for the old world? I'm honestly such a newbie when it comes to Warhammer that I don't really know any details on the old world at all. I have no idea what the old world is about. Probably not what you were hoping for, but I saw some of the miniatures and they looked sick. I somehow wasn't exposed to Warhammer until, well, I was exposed to it, but, you know, I never really jumped into it, like some of you did when you were a kid. I only relatively recently jumped into it. It's been a blast, though. You're 39 and you jumped in this year? Fair enough, yeah. I got into it, I guess, at 31. 31 years old. Because I'm old. Well, not as old as you, Flodo, but still, getting there. Flodo's like, I just became a subscriber and he's already making fun of me. No! Sorry, Flodo. It's okay, he's old now, he can't, you know, hard of hearing maybe. No, I'm joking, it's a joke, it's a joke. You got, you got into it at 15? You spend all your money on it? Fair enough. Can't buy drugs if you're into Warhammer, that's how it goes. I'm kidding, Flodo, I'm kidding. What have you been painting, Flodo? Have you been painting them as well? What is everybody working on? Assuming some of you paint Warhammer. You bought your first army last week? The Inner Circle Dark Angels. Oh shit, are those the ones with the ropes? Like the 3 miniatures with the ropes, or is that the other one? They have these really nice, on the box art, they have these really nice, like, burgundy looking ropes. That kit looks amazing. I think that's that one, but I'm not 100% sure. It's called Plastic Crack, yeah. A friend of yours got into Warhammer shortly after dropping out of college. When I was making minimum wage. Right, not ideal. The first starter set you bought, you bought at 19 and the store was closing and had everything Warhammer related at 50% off? Dang! Mate, 50% off? Buy the entire store! I'm excited too about that, Mighty. It's gonna be fun, yeah. I'm using a little bit more of the pure amber skin here. Yeah, I did paint Lionel Johnson a few months ago. I really like that one. That's why I was thinking about the inner circle companions or whatever. It'd be fun to paint that too one day. They do look amazing. So this is more of like a fleshy color rather than a green color. I'm a bit hesitant adding this into the mix. And it does seem to be optional, but not all the official box art has this, but it's kind of nice, I think. If I end up painting the whole army of Orruks, I'm not gonna do this on every single one of them, but I think on some it's kind of cool. You used to collect the Lord of the Rings miniatures that Games Workshop did. Never got into Warhammer, but you liked the look of the minis. They still do those. They still make the Lord of the Rings minis. I think they're really nice, but maybe one day if they like overhaul some of it. Or when they release like new ones or something that I really like the look of, I will have a look. Some of the ones from the Warhammer, like Lord of the Rings line, look amazing, but my favorite ones all seem to be in resin, and I'm not really too keen on using resin. There's plenty of cool plastic models out there, and resin seems to be a massive pain to work with. This is Warhammer Age of Sigmar, actually, this particular mini. There is stuff that's worse than resin, admittedly not much though, yeah. The resin's very expensive and just, I don't see why I would ever buy it. If there were only 10 kits of miniatures to buy, maybe I wouldn't, you know, maybe I'd have it, you know, give it a shot, but. I don't think most mini painters out there have a insufficient pile of miniatures they need to be painting. So, you know, if you can choose not to paint resin, I think it's okay. You play the Wood Elves? Okay. You dropped an eagle once? Oh no. I've never made a metal miniature, no. I can imagine those may be even more painful. To be fair, they haven't made those in a long time now, have they? Okay. Look pretty cool. Yeah. It's gonna be kind of difficult to do this well, but. Yeah, I think it looks pretty nice. Gonna add a little bit more of a shade as well to the shoulders. I think the highlight is a little bit too extreme looking back at it now. I did a little bit of it yesterday. I think the shadows are also maybe a little bit too harsh. So I'm gonna try and do a bit of glazing with the original skin color. Try to see if maybe I can soften it just a bit. I'm no expert when it comes to this sort of thing at all, so we'll just we'll have to give it a shot, you know? A little bit of experimenting. So I'm using the Elysian green here, which is what I used for the original base coat. Which is a little bit more green. A friend always brings a bottle of super glue when he comes over with his metal Tyranids. He dented one of your floors with his mini? What? Wow. So the miniature is fine, but your floor isn't, huh? That's pretty wild. The old Screamer metal killers are awesome. The claw of the mini is bent. Oh my god, okay. I've never handled a metal miniature before, but it doesn't sound very fun. I don't think Laurent would be too happy if I had people over to play, you know, war games and then the floor is dented afterwards. Well, yeah, to be fair, those metal minis mostly come from the same time period as the Nokia 3310. Back in the day, they used to make quality products, you know? That's when the Nokia came out, Thor's hammer, and also metal Warhammer miniatures. You think they're really cool? Yeah? I'm not, I haven't been all around for long enough. But I'm also not intending on painting metal miniatures. I have seen some people paint them though, it looked pretty nice. I think this over here is also a little too harsh. I'll try and blend a little bit in that direction. Let's go down to Rube. How are you doing? How did I get into the hobby? So Kalaris, I've worked with Kalaris at a bunch of StarCraft tournaments. He's an esports host. He does a lot of PUBG and a lot of StarCraft, and he's been big into Warhammer for a long time, and he always talks about it. And I was like, you know what? I'll go ahead and give it a shot. So this was literally at IEM Katowice, 2024, where we were talking about it at the event, and I was like, you know what? Screw it. I'm just gonna go ahead and put it in order right now. Like, we were talking about it, and it seemed really fun. I can, you know, I think I spent like 50 euro or so on supplies, and I was like, you know what? We're gonna go ahead and give it a shot, see if I like it, and if not, so be it. And now we're here. Yeah. So they always talk about Pokemon cards and Warhammer. Interestingly enough, I think Warhammer is probably the cheaper of the two hobbies. Which says a lot. Adding a little bit of a highlight back here. No, they're not really baiting people. They're just I've always loved, you know, painting, and obviously this is the nerdiest form of painting out there, right? So I like the concept of it a lot. And I figured I was gonna like it anyways. Thank you very much, Wildcat. No, Pokemon cards get a little dangerously close to gambling to me. Not really interested. Okay, I'm gonna add a little bit of that mix as well of the brightest colors to the knuckles over here. I mean, if Games Workshop could figure out a way to make Warhammer gacha based, they would probably do it. But lucky for us. I do use washes from time to time, yeah. I've been trying out a couple different painting techniques. And when I first got started, I used a lot of washes, and I notice I'm using them less and less over time. Lately, I've been watching a lot of the videos from Infernal Brush. And he doesn't seem to really use washes pretty much ever, or very rarely. So I'm trying to copy that kind of style of painting a little bit more. The only problem is that it's really freaking hard. But I think it's a fun challenge, so that's what I'm trying to do right now. But maybe I'll go back to using them more later, I don't know. Good on Future Snow. You're painting the same mini is what you mean? You're also painting an Orruk? Oh, you're just painting as well. I see, I see. Nice. Oh, for a second, you were also painting up an Orruk. So this way of painting with like just good old glazing and all that is by far the most time intensive way of painting I've found. But I think I also may like it the most. It seems to be the most satisfying way to paint. You're making Dungeons and Dragons heroes? Ooh, nice. I'm painting here with a little bit of that pure amber skin, which is a pretty bright color compared to all of the green anyway. Very thin layers of it. Yeah, they've made the plastic miniatures very expensive. The quality of the plastic is very good, but it's definitely, I wonder if it's hurting them too, you know? Like, the current people that buy Warhammer minis will probably continue buying them. But getting new customers, not very easy. Okay. I think that's good enough. It's surely a higher barrier of entry, yeah. I think this arm is looking pretty good. I like it. Yeah, interestingly enough though, the starting kits are obviously the cheapest sets you can buy. Like by far the most cost-effective ones. Like the first hit isn't quite free, but it's, you know. It's freer. It is definitely a time-intensive hobby, yeah. There's also a lot of other games, though, that you can paint minis from, right? Like, you don't have to paint Warhammer minis. Ultimately, painting Warhammer is just a choice. You can do whatever. Nice, Tenjay. It's good on Z-Cart. Okay. Does that look like a real arm? Like, is there anything wrong here that... I should change about it. I think we'll have to add some sharper highlights to some of it at some point. I think for these stages it's going okay. But so sadly for me, I messed this part up a little bit. I was quite happy with how this arm was going, and then apparently I splotched it. We have to let it dry. Try to blend out this transition bit over here a little bit. Trying to stay out of the brightest spots here for the most part. Just trying to mellow it all out a little bit with some thin glazes. Because at some point apparently yesterday, I think this must have been the last little part that I painted yesterday off stream. I added some highlights here and I just made them all a little bit too... Like I think my paint wasn't diluted enough. It's just a shame. Things were looking quite good there. But I think a little bit of glazing can fix it. Yeah, it should be quite fixable. Problem is with other games, Warhammer is the biggest player base and community, almost to a point where it's impossible to find other games outside of the big cities. Fair. Some of these muscles are going to be pretty much invisible. When we glue the arm on, I mean. Like this little section over here is going to be very hard to see. But we'll still try to keep it pretty smooth. Invisible muscles, dude. Hashtag relatable. Need a little bit more of the amber skin. You forgot that daylight savings? Ah, yeah. No, we did already switch back to daylight savings again over here. So this will be the set time for the stream for the next half year or so. I know it always gets a bit confusing though. Twice a year it gets confusing. Especially since the US uses a different spot to switch to daylight savings, like a different time. Yeah, it's not ideal, Berserk. What daylight is even being saved, huh? Good point. Well, I think most people agree that daylight savings is a pretty silly system. Doesn't really serve much anymore. But I know some people have very strong feelings about it, so. It makes accountants mad? What's going on, Mickey? How are you doing today, dude? Yeah, daylight savings is always confusing for everybody. But it is what it is, chat. Well, I know there's a lot of like actual problems that people run into though. Like I know that, for example, the amount of heart attacks on the day that we switch the clock goes up significantly, which is pretty wild. People also prefer not to fly, for example, on the days that you switch to daylight savings, because people are afraid of missing their flights, which is fair enough. There's a lot of social and also economic reasons why you might want to switch, but yeah. I don't know, dude. I suggest we all just run one universal time zone. How about that? Time zones in general are silly. Time zones are really great if you live and interact with a small group of people, like only in your city or your town or your country. For anybody who lives you know, a 2024 type of life, I feel like it doesn't really suit very much. Feeling better on your way to work? Nice. Happy to hear that, dude. You're ready for your 3-meter commute to work as well? Fellow work at home or work from home gang. Maybe I'm just an inconsiderate person, Pete. I will message people any time of the day. Don't give a fuck. The other day I sent Motlas's a message. Sunday morning, and it was like 9 a.m. and he texted me back. He's like, don't you know what time it is? It's 6 or it's like 2 a.m. or whatever. Ay. You know the best part about it? He was trying his very hardest to guilt trip me, right? I'm like, bro, you should have just muted your phone if you're... He was actually still awake. He hadn't even gone to bed yet. He was just trying to guilt trip me. don't know. Are you a bad person for reaching out to somebody who you know lives in a different time zone and who might be asleep? Is that a bad thing? Like, if I send, I send pretty much all my emails and messages and stuff early in the morning, my time, which is middle of the night in the States. Am I a bad person for doing that? I don't think so. Nah. If I have to take into consideration where everybody lives too, it just makes everything a mess. I would have to send messages like 3 different times a day. That doesn't make any sense. I do them all in one batch, in one go. I could schedule them to go out at a different time, but I mean, I'm assuming people mute their phones at night. Your parents text you at 3 or 4 a.m. all the time? Right. Yeah, if there's a 10-hour time difference, it makes sense, right? I get emails throughout the night too. I get people messaging me in the middle of the night. I don't think I'm a bad person for replying in the middle of the night. Nah. I think it's okay. No. Middle of the night calls? That's not okay, dude. If somebody calls me in the middle of the night, I assume somebody died. Like literally. It's not, yeah. I also don't sleep with my phone next to me though. I don't keep my phone in the bedroom anymore. I haven't for years. Got a little bit of a fleshy tone there, but could probably still go a little bit further. No, I don't have a TV in my bedroom either. Oh, let me turn on the music in a sec. Finish this little section first. Okay. You listen to a Dutch man while you fall asleep? Very nice. I'm generally very good at falling asleep. I fall asleep within seconds. I don't know why. I'm not very good at staying asleep, but that's a different story. My falling asleep skills are extraordinary. Very good at it. But only once a day though. Like there's a one shot, one opportunity to seize everything I ever wanted. One moment. You think it's on the person for email notification on their phone? Yeah, I agree. That's what I think, dude. If I text somebody and it's the middle of the night and they happen to have their sound on, I don't think that's on me. But I kind of thought we all decided that that was the case many, many years ago at this point, you know? I also never expect though, like when I send somebody a message, I never expect that they will be reaching out to me immediately. But I'm also pretty bad at like responding to messages at a reasonable time. Okay. Adding a little bit of a brighter color there. Maybe I'll mellow it out just a tad. Is there?
Nee, bij mij zit een balletje gelijk, maar ik wil hem niet vinden. Dan moet ik altijd voor mezelf van doen.
Oh. Denk het niet. Buurmeisje is een balletje kwijt, chat. You guys don't really, no, you're not. All right. Huh?
Toby zit achter.
Oké.
De deur ligt misschien wat van.
Ik denk het niet dat hij, dat hij hier wil blijven. Toby wil bijna nooit blijven hier. Vroeger wel, maar ja. Nou, laat maar zitten. She's gone, chat. We can stop summoning demons. I've whispered incantations in Dutch. And she disappeared. It sounds like Simlish? Yo, what? Dutch is the most beautiful language in the world. I thought we were all went over that, and you know, everybody agreed. Oh, hell yeah, Zigrin. Later today, dude. Later today. The plan today is to do a bit of miniature painting for maybe like another 20 minutes. Then we're gonna do some StarCraft casting. Gotta record a couple of YouTube uploads. And then we'll do Warcraft 3 practice. I'm gonna be live for another like 6 hours or so. I'll be here for a while. It's gonna be fun. Very looking forward to it. We have a Warcraft 3 tournament in 19 days to prepare for. Is it 19 days? I think it is. Hey, Toby. Oh God, Toby is standing on my audio interface. Are we good? Okay. Toby is doing his daily inspections of the room. Very important. Hello, little kitty cat. You want to come and hang out over here? I'm gonna add some very thin glazes as well to these scars. Let's get some scars on his back. I think overall the skin on the back looks pretty cool. What do you guys think? Anything over here that I need to be adjusting? Maybe when I glue in the head, I may have to make a couple of small adjustments there to make the colors match, but overall, I feel like this is looking pretty good. Why are you in a noob tournament, Loco, and not the pro tournament? I know. Very disrespectful by Grubby. He doesn't seem to respect my 900 MMR, Coco. Apparently he does not consider that to be the literal absolute best cream of the crop. That's disrespectful, dude. Okay. Let's see. I think I want to do a little tiny bit of shading onto some of these details. Mostly like the inside of the mouth. I mean, obviously we gotta still paint the teeth, but I'm gonna try and do a little tiny recess line over here. Any of the spots where I did some of this, this is a purple wash, so it's a little bit of a different vibe, but I think it should look kind of nice with the green. It's a very thin paint, so it doesn't really show up very obviously. I'll try and add a little bit of variety here. To the lips. Make them look a little bit more lively. What happened to the Ayaya emote? I didn't remove it. Oh, it got removed on every single Twitch channel? Rise up, weebs. Grab your body pillows and your, I don't know, whatever else you have. Rise up and defend against, tyranny. I don't know where the Ayaya emote went. Exit your basements. Ara, am I right? Ooh. Okay. What's good on Shot and Bliss? How are you doing today? I think adding a little bit of purple in the mix is nice. It's very subtle, obviously, but before we add the brighter highlights here, adding a little bit of variety. I think it'll look pretty sick. Okay. Oh no, you just finished updating your BIOS? Oh no, are you okay? That is one of the scariest things a man can ever do. Updating the BIOS, oof. I've updated the BIOS twice in my life, I think. I would like to leave it with just the 2 times. It did fix the problem though. Oh, nice, okay. So your fans weren't spinning up and you needed to update the BIOS for that? That's weird. Motherboard manufacturer moment. Okay. The Windows updates may have messed with the drivers. Oh, you're using like like software to run the fans? I see. I was gonna say, it feels a little weird for the motherboard not to be able to drive that right from the start. Okay, I've added just a little tint of purple. It's really hard to see. Maybe I should add a little bit more. Make it look a little bit more bruised. I've diluted it quite a bit because I don't really want to have any of those ugly drying marks. Yeah, let's let that dry for a bit. Very hard to look at, or just to see the purple, but I think it's there. Yeah, this guy doesn't have too many scars. He's got like a hole in his ear over here, I guess, but... we can add a little bit more to the recess. Okay. What is it, Toby? You wanna leave? Okay, buddy. Beautiful howl, by the way. We were all very impressed. Meow. Give freedom. Give freedom immediately, human. All right, I'm gonna mix in a slightly brighter color. There was a cat in the room? There was a cat in the room, yes. And I'm gonna mix in a tiny little bit of Screaming Skull. Into the Ogryn camo, which is what I used for the brightest highlights so far. I'm gonna do like a 1-to-1 mix between those two, which is gonna make it even brighter. An even more yellowy color. This is going to be the thinnest. I will be adding a little bit of the... Can I say this on stream? I don't know, dude. a little bit of the I'm gonna add that into the mix too. I don't want my VODs to go demonetized immediately, dude. Just for the Giga glazing. Well, it's a normal painting word. It's just, you know, used in other contexts too. Or, anyways. Trying to add a little bit of an extra spot of brightness here in some of these areas. Good. Let that dry for a couple minutes. Absolutely, Echo Steel. Nerd alert. Okay, so this is the slightly brighter spot over here. Mostly just trying to actually in the center of all of the little muscles. Although I don't really want the muscles to look too separate, so we kind of want to be reasonably chill. Also, some of these muscles are going to be appearing underneath the armor, right? So like, he's got these giant overhanging armor plates, and some of these muscles are going to be stuck underneath that. So it's going to be hard to see some of this anyway, but... we'll glaze it anyways. W glaze. That's what we're aiming for. Where's my fellow glazers at? $420 glaze it, dude. Pretty pleased with all this glazing, not gonna lie. Glizzy gobblers. Wait a second. No, that's only in the States, dude. There's a few Americans here right now, but... the amount of glizzy gobblers outside of the US is small. Oh, you say the word glizzy gobbler and Brusik is here. Hell yeah, dude. You're driving your truck? Probably don't want to be on your phone, dude. Ay, 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 ay. What in the glizzy gobbler are you doing? I love glizzy gobbler. I don't even know if it's real. I feel like a lot of people just, like, this may just be a conspiracy, but I've got a feeling that the term glizzy gobbler to describe a hot dog is not actually a real term. But you guys have all just, you know, managed to make me believe that it's a real thing. It is a real thing? Or you guys are collectively, either way, impressive. I love glizzies. You're not making it better. You're making it even harder to believe. You're gonna eat a lot of glizzies at the baseball game? Enjoy. Gobble those, dude. Gobble those glizzies. Trying to highlight these little muscles over here. It's a little tricky. But he has got some large back muscles. I think we're getting there. Same for these little spots over here. The ribs. Orc ribs, dude. It's a delicacy in some places. I can guarantee you that. Big back, thank you guys. I've been trying to grow a big back for a long time. I'm glad I'm finally getting my recognition. Your younger cousins told you about the big back insult? Yeah, apparently it's a real thing. Please go insult your local bodybuilders, saying that they have big backs. They will appreciate it, dude. Apparently it's considered to be an insult, but... Help a bodybuilder today. Give them a glizzy gobbler and tell them they have big backs. Help a bro out. Call 0900 Big Back and save a bodybuilder today. Pretty pleased with all of this, guys. This is going, it's going pretty well. I mean, I've also been painting skin now for like 5 hours, but... Okay, maybe not quite 5. I don't know how long it's been. I don't think we're too far off, really, but... Save a bro today for as little as 69 cents a day. That's beautiful. For as little as 69 cents. 69 cents a day adds up pretty quick, though. That's like one glizzy gobbler a week. So this is the brightest highlight we're doing. Don't really want to go much brighter than this. I want my baby back, baby back. Chili's baby back. No, we don't have chilies in the Netherlands. I actually didn't realize that this was a real thing, Brisik. I brought this up at some point on stream after watching The Office. There's this scene where Michael has a meeting with like a client or something, or like it's a business to business meeting, and Jan is sitting in on them, and they have baby back ribs together. And then Jan basically tells him to be serious, and he starts singing the baby. I have not seen those anywhere. I didn't even realize that this was a reference to anything, but. Okay, final stage of the skin. We gotta add some sharper highlights. I'm just gonna switch to a slightly smaller brush. And then we're gonna, this is the final thing we're doing today, and then we're gonna switch to some gaming. I will just hit it with the blow dryer real quick. Just because I'm a little afraid I'm gonna smudge it. And let's be real, it's been a good few days now since we had the blow dryer appearance on stream. So prepare your low hots. Get excited. I'm just gonna gently blow dry them, okay? Not a lot. All right, that's one half. Fully dry now, Chet. Fully. Like not even a tiny bit of moisture. Absolutely drained. Absolutely. Fully dried. Okay. I mean, it's getting there. It'll look better when we get the teeth and, you know, all of the other little details in. I'm gonna add some sharper highlights to some of this, just to try and make it look a little bit more interesting. Don't need a whole lot of this, to be honest. Trying to follow the sculpt the details here. Quite a few of these on the middle, on the model. Especially on the head. That's a little too much. Try and wipe some of it off. Should be good. especially on the parts that are upwards facing. Today is Eiffel Tower Day? Yo, big day. Huge. Happy Eiffel Tower Day, everybody. Egalité, liberté, fraternité. Happy Eiffel Tower Day, chat. That's amazing news. I would have missed this momentous day if it wasn't for you. Okay. Okay. I think that's the face. Pretty much done. Other than obviously the teeth. And the eyes and all that. I'll make this a little bit sharper. The stitches or the scars, whatever they are. I'm gonna say they're scars. Do we want to do any sharper highlights anywhere over here? I don't know. Maybe not entirely worth it. The sharper highlights do look nice when you do them well, but it's kind of difficult to do. Because ultimately, these are muscles. The muscles are pretty smooth. No, it's daylight savings kicked in, Ryan. So it gets a little bit confusing for a little bit, but this is going to be the standard time for the stream for the next half year. I have to do a little bit of glazing. Okay, we'll call that finished for now too. Today is also Bunsen Burner Day? I thought it was Brunson Burner. You're telling me now it's Bunsen Burner? I've been mispronouncing this my entire life. It's Eiffel Tower Day and Bunsen Burner Day? What a day. Happy Bunsen Burner Day, everybody. It's almost as if many of these things are entirely arbitrary. All 12 times in my life that I have said Bunsen burner, I said Brunson burner. How embarrassing, dude. If this was high school, poor. My non-existent reputation down the drain. That could have been something else. Okay. Okay, I want to highlight the vein. There's a vein running across his bicep over here. Could make it a little bit bluish, I guess. I'm gonna try and make it more of like a pale color. Okay. Okay. We can work with that. Couple of tiny little dot highlights with pure Screaming Skull. Just on like the most bright locations. And a little bit of visual interest. Same over here on the lips. Don't want to get too carried away with this, but we'll have to see what this looks like when we paint in the teeth and the eyeball and everything, but we can work with that. Maybe a couple of the knuckles here. Can make them ever so slightly brighter. Tiny little dots. Good. Same over here. Trying to add to the top facing parts of these knuckles a little tiny dot of the brightest highlight. I've seen a lot of people do it. I haven't really done that myself in a lot of my miniatures. Should look pretty good. Now, I do have sadly a little tiny smudge over here from the previous glazing that I did. So I guess I'll have to try and glaze backwards. Try and smooth this out on the top of the shoulder. Turns out my previous glaze was not a W glaze. Instead a W smudge. Oof. Big oof. But I think with a couple of new glazes, we can polish it away. This part will also be underneath the shoulder pad when we actually glue it in though. Should be okay. Any dot highlights on the actual body? Well, maybe over here we can add tiny little... There's these neck muscles actually that maybe I can add a tiny little line on. Trying to follow the edge of the model. Okay, and then the pure screamer skull, or screaming skull rather. I don't think we really have anything over here that needs a little dot. All of this is pretty soft. Okay. Okay. I think that's it. I think that is the skin for now at the very least done. Little rundown as to what we got. So I have the face. I think the face is looking pretty good. Next time around we'll do the eyes, which is going to probably mess up the previous colors, but looks pretty good. We have the two arms. Looks pretty good. And then we have the body over here. Hell yeah. Nice. All right, we'll continue from here tomorrow. Just gotta clean my brushes. And then we're gonna do some StarCraft. And then after that, we're gonna do some Warcraft. It's gonna be sick. When Warcraft? Question mark? Technically a complete sentence. In the strictest sense of the word. Gamers, today we're gonna continue onwards with our little Orruk bro. Look how cute he is. It's a face only a mother will love. And lucky for me, I'm its mother. I think, I don't actually know. Not sure about Orc Society details. Let me turn on the big light as well. We gotta add some details, tidy up some of the green, paint in the teeth. But first, we gotta do the eyeballs. And the eyes are tiny, absolutely tiny. So yeah, we'll have to try our best. We're gonna start with some difficult stuff today. These are Warhammer miniatures, yes. This specifically is an Orruk from Age of Sigmar. We're gonna base coat the entire eye socket with a little bit of angel green. A tiny amount of it. Just gonna put the smallest amount on my palette. Because I don't think this is gonna require a whole lot. There's a cat hair. Dude, my entire life is, there's always cat hair. Yeah, everything in my life is cat hair related nowadays. This is like a bonus that you get when you get cats. I love the cinematic of Warhammer. Oh, the secret level? Yeah, that one was pretty cool. Okay. I will likely spill over a little bit. But we can just tidy that up after painting in the eye. It'll be painting in the entire eye socket, and then we'll like edge highlight the bottom of it again. Should be pretty quick, because this is not a whole lot of paint. So just trying to do the socket for now, and then I actually want like a red background for the actual eyeball itself. Let's try and make them as pretty as we can. Don't know if the camera is gonna enjoy focusing on it when I'm that close. No, I think I have to like hold it over here. Yeah, we'll have to tidy up as we go. I'm trying to decide if I need to put in any of these details over there at the bottom. Yeah, I think so. I'll just get a little bit of the Elysian green on my palette too. That's the green that I use for the base coat. Should I switch to music, by the way? I had the same playlist on yesterday. Yesterstream. Maybe it's okay. It's going to be one of the smallest details on this entire miniature though. So we gotta be a little bit careful with this. Okay, should be all right. Yo, Arcturus.
Oepsie whoopsie. De train is stucky wacky. We zijn heel hard aan het werk om dit te maken skanje beter fly snowwell.
De trein is stukkie wukkie. Meen je niet. Thank you, Arcturus. I feel very gross saying stukkie wukkie. Krimpt ineen. Yeah, yeah. All right, a little bit of Mephiston red.
Why did they put a fence around the graveyard? People were dying to get in.
Not okay. Not okay. Thank you very much, Shiny. Wait, I'm trying to type. Why does my laptop not allow typing? What's going on? My notes app is dying. Thank you very much, Shiny. Ah, here we go. Mephiston red. I'm just leaving some notes for future loco. In case I wanna... I'm using my Notizis app. Notizis, chat. None of this cursed stuff that I've been seeing on the Discord. Notizis. Dankjewel Shiny voor die 86 maanden. You don't put fences on graveyards to keep people from getting in? Oh. It's to make sure the dead can't leave. I knew that something was suspicious. Yo!
Why was the Mushroom Man always invited to parties? Because he was such a fungi.
A fun guy, Brian. Brian ruined the punchline, I'm so sorry. Because he was a fungi. Good one, Brian. Well done. Who invited this Brian guy to the stream? Thank you, Arcturus. This is not easy. I should fire Brian. Good idea. I'm just kidding, Brian. This will probably take 2 coats. I'm also going to be painting in the teeth, so maybe while we wait for this to dry, I can put in the base coat of a little bit of Steel Legion drab for the teeth. We want to put a little bit of color variety there. Also, I gotta shake it. Quick! Gotta shake a couple other colors too, actually, while we're at it. Oh god. Don't drop your paint, Loco, that's bad. Double shake. These have been sitting for a little bit. I haven't been using my Citadel colors as much. But I figured we'll go with the original, well, at least mostly original color scheme. Okay. Okay. We need a second coat of the red, just to make it a little bit stronger. My Mephiston red is a little bit more diluted than I wish it was. Straight from the bottle, I mean. It's still very usable. Just takes a few coats for a strong color. Okay. Gonna use a little bit of the Steel Legion drab in the meantime to try and paint in the teeth. Black teeth? Yeah. I base coated them with black. I base coated everything that wasn't skin black. So we can easily go back to that color too if we want it. But we'll make the teeth nice and brown. And we'll add some gradients to it in a little bit. Nothing quite like nice brown teeth, you know what I mean? The most realistic color for teeth, at least for an orc. I do find it kind of funny though, because the official box art recipe does use like a very dark brown for the base coat. This is usually used for like rocks and stuff. It's a little difficult to see though, where the tooth ends and the rest of the mouth begins. Obviously, I don't want to paint all the way in there. But I do need a pretty strong opaque color here. I'll try and see if I can maybe finish the head today. I don't want to do too much painting because I have a lot of Warcraft 3 practice that needs to be done. Yeah, we'll shade to a brighter spot from here. This is just I think the darkest color for the teeth. Maybe on the smallest teeth though, I'm not gonna be able to do much shading or much glazing, because they're very, very tiny. They're miniature because, believe it or not, this is not a real-sized orc. Common misconception. I'm assuming orcs in real life at least are bigger. Yeah, I think this works though as a base coat. But I want to add thin glazes towards like the upper parts of it. We'll let that dry for a little bit, do a second coat. In the meantime, let me look at the red. I feel like the red could use a third coat. Doesn't have the best coverage. Whoa, 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 whoa. Yeah, this is what I was trying to say. My red paint, for some reason, is very watery. I didn't even dilute it. This is straight from the bottle. Now, I transferred it to dropper bottles a long time ago. And I think I may have used a little bit too much thinner when I... Well, this looks like it's ready to airbrush. Why are orcs so handsome? I know. They have fun all the time. It's very true. Like when you say Waaagh, I say Waaagh. Waaagh, Waaagh. What? They just hang out all day with their buddies. Now within this red, I want to create a nice little yellowish circle. Like an orangey pupil rather, and then we want to put like a yellow circle inside of that pupil, which is all going to be very small. Wish me luck. No, we'll be okay. Maybe, I don't know. Second coat on the teeth. We'll start again on this side. Yeah, it's a shame that eyes are always so small, huh? Like all of these tiny details are really nice and really critical for the final result of a miniature, but they're also minuscule. I think I'll do a little bit more of the purple paint, like the shade paint, around the outside. Okay, let's try and do a little tiny orange circle. Actually, let me try and see if I can maybe shade away the bottom of the eye socket a little bit more, because I did get a little tiny bit of the red in there. We'll have to go back to some of the brighter colors when we're done with the eye, but... Okay. Maybe I need to get some of these boomer glasses, you know, with the little zoom in lenses. I feel like for stuff like this, actually extremely useful. Just a little cringe looking. Okay. Yeah, some people use these glasses with like little zoomy lenses in there. It's not a bad idea, to be honest. Pretty handy. Okay. Luckily for us, he's squinting with one eyeball. Let me try and see if I can get some of the orange paint in there. So I want to go for a bit of molten lava. That'll be the orange paint we want to use. I'll just put the absolute smallest little drop on my palette because we don't need a whole lot. And then I want to use the pupil. I want to do a little bit of the warped yellow. Again, that's going to just be a tiny, tiny little dot. For this, I mostly want to worry about the circle part of the eye. Okay, not bad. This one's a little trickier because it's not so clearly sculpted. We have many things to do, Kapanga. I don't think it's too useful to practice Warcraft 3 for like 10 hours a day. I'm just gonna eat my brain. I'm playing Night Elf. Why do I paint Orruk? Good question. Am I an Orc sympathizer? Oh no. Oh, this is so freaking small, Chad. Okay, we'll let that dry for a minute. I'm gonna use a little bit of the Druchii Violet, which is what I used on the wounds and stuff on the skin. And I'll apply that around the outside of the teeth. I don't think we really need to dilute this. Just a little hint of purple. All the way on the inside. We'll do Warcraft 3 later today though, don't you worry. I'm thinking about 4 to 5 hours of practice a day is probably efficient. What's going on, Bruce? You don't understand Dutch? Weird. You don't understand Simlish? Whoa. This is not Simlish. It is a real language. Just like Pinocchio is a real boy. I'm gonna do a little bit of this as well in the corner of the eye. Okay. Doesn't he look beautiful? Pinocchio is to consume souls? Wait a second. Dutch fairy tales are crazy. Oh, okay. I feel like I have to hold my breath when I paint eyeballs. Forget to breathe. How important is breathing when you're miniature painting? Not very at all. Don't worry about it. Wait, you actually are Brusik? After months of going back and forth, whether or not you'd go home and whether or not you'd go back or whatever, you finally made up your mind to leave and now you are gonna stay? Oh, April Fools? Ah, jeez. Got him, dude. Jebaited. Well memed. Your facilities guy today asked for the serial number of everybody's door peepholes? Facility people, right? I mean, you never know if they're real or if it's an April Fool's joke. Sounds like a very obvious April Fool's joke in hindsight, but I can imagine that when you're, you know, it's whatever, you just look at the freaking number that's stamped onto it. It's pretty funny. Some people even took it off their doors. Oh, God. All right, guys, we gotta all collectively hold our breath, okay? I need to make sure that we paint in the tiny little eyeball. Not bad. I would like the one on the right to be slightly bigger. This feels dangerous. Yeah, that was leaked a few days ago, Brunclown. We'll have to see if anything ever comes of it, but couldn't be much worse than where we're at right now, I guess. Yeah, it would take a long time. Okay. Oh, there's a fuck ton of people that are interested in StarCraft. I'm seeing about 3 million views a month on YouTube, dude. There's probably about 10 million views across the board on YouTube for StarCraft 2 a month. There's a lot of people interested. The only people not interested seem to be Blizzard, which is shitty, but it is what it is. Hey, I think the eyes look kind of nice though. What do you guys think? Yeah, this was a few days ago, man. This is relatively old news. It's interesting. But it seems to me that Blizzard doesn't give a crap anymore about StarCraft in that case, right? Which really is a shame. What's going on, CalStar? Welcome, welcome. Little orc threw up. No. I think it's looking okay. We could glaze backwards maybe just a tiny little bit. I'm gonna use a slightly larger brush for it. Try and get a little bit more of the original base coat in some parts. Doing like 3 parts water. 3 parts water to paint. So very thin. Mellow out the shadows just a tad. Same for the brightest highlights. I think we can make those slightly more green. Got a little carried away, I think, yesterday. Adding the highlights. Okay. I think Stormgate has real potential, absolutely. They've decided to do the thing that I think they should have done from the start and to keep their heads down and, you know, work on the game. And I think they've been making some very impressive improvements. I think they should have done this, honestly, right from the start. They wanted to involve the community as much as possible, which is a valiant idea. But this is what you get. It's funny, man. If you're being too open, you also kind of run into some issues. Like, they've redesigned the entirety now. Like, they're remaking the entire faction for the Infernals. They're doing the whole thing. It's pretty wild, dude. Like, that's how early in development everything was, you know, but kind of shot themselves in the leg a little bit. I still have faith that that game can be really good when it's done. Trying to glaze a little bit towards the tips of the teeth. Making the teeth tips a little bit brighter. Getting there. Yo, have a good one, Calstar. Take care. Yeah, the thing about Stormgate is that they immediately, you know, they kind of set themselves up as like the spiritual successor of StarCraft and Warcraft. And naturally, people have very high expectations at that point, right? And then when they shared the very earliest playtest, it wasn't quite up to that standard for obvious reasons, because the game wasn't done yet. And then they also made some shaky decisions, obviously, along the way. The whole like Steam review thing and being very transparent about their finances. People were like, oh, the CEO is making like $100,000 a year or whatever it was. That's insane. Everything though seemed a little overblown. Like a lot of people kind of turned it very quickly into a bit of a witch hunt, which I think was also a bit silly. People pretending like it was absolutely unheard of for people to make a certain, I think it was like $120,000 a year or something. For what is ultimately, you know, a CEO position at a tech company in Southern California. Like that is not, you know, it's a lot of money. Don't get me wrong, but it's not insane in that, you know, part of the world. Yeah, they were very transparent about a lot of stuff, and I think that is a very nice idea. But maybe they shouldn't have done that. California should be banned? Whoa. What's the drink beyond your paint bases? What? Hold up right now. What is the drink beyond my paint bases? I'm trying to decipher it. I think I'm gonna add a little tiny bit more of the purple to the ear. Kind of like the way it looked. Look, if you were traveling back to the Netherlands for the first time in 6 months, what food would you get? Phew, I have no idea, mate. Dutch cuisine is not the most elaborate. Adding hints of purple into the skin feels like a sin. But I think it looks really nice. I haven't had hagelslag in like 4 years at this point, Ramble. I didn't even have to leave the country to not eat it. Oh, you mean what is this holder? Ah, I got confused. Anybody recognize it? If you're an alcoholic, you might be able to recognize this immediately. Alcoholics in the chat, hello? These are whiskey corks. Monkey shoulder, yes! This is a whiskey called Monkey Shoulder. It is a loco favorite. I don't drink a whole lot of whiskey anymore. It was getting a little too nice. I'm gonna play some games in maybe an hour or so, King. I want to use a little bit of Screaming Skull to do a bit of edging. So in about an hour, we're gonna switch to StarCraft 2 King. And then after that, so I'm gonna cast a series of StarCraft 2. After that, just one series. It's gonna be like maybe an hour. We're gonna do Warcraft 3. That's the schedule for today. A little bit of edging, dude. You joined just at the right time. Just want to make the teeth look sharp. The tootsies. You hope I train hard so I don't lose to a Dota player in a tournament? Are you shaming Dota players? Good. I mean, whoa, bro, you can't do that. Good, good, good. Not too afraid of the Dota players. More afraid of the Age of Empires guys. Good chance the AoE guys are gonna be sick. I'm playing in a Warcraft 3 Invitational tournament in about 2.5 weeks' time. This is versus other content creators. From different games. So nobody is too familiar with Warcraft 3, but everybody has a strategy game background. Which sounds really fun. And I'm genuinely gonna try and make, you know, the best of it. I'm really, So I wanna do about 4 to 5 hours of Warcraft 3 practice over the next few weeks. A day. See if I can get it done. I think I'm playing pretty well at the moment, considering the amount of time I've played. I feel like I'm doing okay. Tasteless is participating too from StarCraft 2. Well, he does more StarCraft 1 these days, I guess, than StarCraft 2. That's very true. Dace is very good in StarCraft 1, though, so... But you know, he's older than me, so he's basically ancient. He's probably like 36 or something. Maybe he's even older than that, dude. Maybe he's like 38. I've been told that that is boomer age by guys in the chat, so... I didn't even know gamers could live that long. Well, he does play Brood War, but, you know, he plays Protoss in Brood War, so... Gotta take it with a grain of salt. There's no way, mate. If you invite a StarCraft 2 pro like Cyril, first of all, getting him to play in anything is going to be tough. But secondly, I feel like some people underestimate how good the top of the line pros are in StarCraft 2. Now, I am not familiar with the Age of Empires 2 scene very much, but I know that people hold the Viper, who's also playing in this tournament, in a similar regard as Cyril. And he's playing in this tournament, so I don't really, you know. We'll see. I got a message from Todd actually earlier today. He's asking if I already had a coach for the tournament. I was like, well, maybe Grubby's gonna help me, but I don't really have any plans for it at the moment. Todd is very good when it comes to Warcraft. One of the best players historically. He's also, yeah, he can also be a little toxic. I have played Todd. I've played with Todd in PUBG, and we stopped playing after like 4 rounds of 2v2 because it was not good for our friendship, dude. It was not. So I don't know how it's gonna go if I get any coaching from him in Warcraft 3, but we stopped playing real quick. But he's still a legit good player. Haven't talked to him in a long time now, so nice to hear from him. I want to add a little dot of just a bit of pure white. Where is my white paint, chat? Maybe I shouldn't use pure white. What the heck? My white paint is gone. I have a designated spot for my white paint and it's not there! Okay, I guess I'll use some off-white. Yo, what's going on, Roddy? You've smoke thought? In Warcraft 3? I didn't really follow Warcraft 3 much back in the day. Were you significantly higher ranked than Todd? Oh, there's actually an ad break playing. I don't know if Roddy's getting ads. Yeah, the color name is called Brain Matter Beige. I think Roddy's probably watching an ad. I'm gonna add tiny little dots of white, or the off-white. Yeah. The color is called Brain Matter Beige, guys. I don't know. These miniature paint ranges have very strange color names. Okay. Is that the head done? think it looks really quite good. It's maybe one of the nicest things, not to paint myself on the back too much, but I think it's maybe one of the nicest things I've painted. No. He's gonna obviously be attached to his shoulders. Do you guys think these teeth are too white now? I'm always wondering if I've made them a little bit too bright. What's going on, Mass Caller? Haha. So funny. Also, banned right away. I want to actually do his lower lip a little bit better. All right, let's see. Do you think I should add blood to the teeth? I could add blood to the teeth. I'm pretty excited though for the Warcraft 3 tournament. I'm not gonna lie. I'm actually I really want to try and do well. Do we have a loco maneuver in Warcraft 3 yet? Is losing your Ancient of War to a creep camp a loco maneuver? I don't know, dude. That's already patented. I make a lot of newbie mistakes at the moment in Warcraft 3, but I feel like that's to be expected, you know? Game's not easy. I have had my Ancient of War steal XP a bunch of times. In my defense, I didn't even know that that was a thing initially. But yeah, they didn't invite Hearthstone for obvious reasons, because Hearthstone is very fucking good at the game. Somebody asked, why isn't Roddy invited to play the tournament if he asked Artosis? I thought that was kind of a funny comment. Roddy would have destroyed us. Although I don't think he's played the game in a long time. Roddy was very fucking good at Warcraft 3. Back in the day. Why didn't they invite Moon to play? I know. You were hoping that the tournament would be a 16-player? Yeah. Would be kind of fun. I'm really enjoying the game so far, though. Banger game. Just adding some tiny highlights here. To the bottom of the eyelids and think that is pretty much the head finished. This took a lot of time, by the way. Like, it's a tiny fucking head. But I'm actually very pleased with how, you know, it's turned out. I feel like the upper lip is maybe a little tiny bit messy. Listening to Loco not commentating StarCraft is weird. I'm like the weatherman now? I see. I'm like your elementary school teacher when you see her in the grocery store or whatever. Remember that moment when you were in school and you would see your teacher in a different location? You're like, what? You're a human? You do grocery shopping? But I thought you lived at the school. Crazy days. Last time I checked, YouTubers don't get to have lives. That's true, actually. Nothing light about that statement. Gonna add a couple of tiny little dots. Just add a little bit of extra sharpness. I mean, they're lips, so maybe they shouldn't be too sharp. No, that's not good. Okay. What's up, Fear Dragon? How are you doing, dude? Okay, that is done. We're gonna leave that to the side. I just need to update my my little note document thingamajig over here that I didn't use the white. I used brain matter beige. You hate everything? Let me guess, April Fools? Or are you just a hater? I knew you were a hater, don't get me wrong, but... Oh, you do also hate everything. Okay, well. That sucks, dude. Hope you're doing okay. You have medicine and your body is reacting poorly to it? Oh no. Hope you find something soon, dude. That works then. That sucks. Yeah. Hope it's nothing too serious, dude. Yo, Schlitzy. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You're following a doctor's advice? That's crazy. I made this one a little bit too bright, this vein over here. So we'll shade it down a little bit. Yeah, no, me too, man. I'm trying to figure out when the April Fool's joke comes. Trusting Ravi on the 1st of April in particular is a dangerous thing. I find myself not believing much that the man's saying, but... He asked Loco to dip his current Warhammer mini in a jar of mayonnaise. That's a very strange fetish of yours, Harvey. I mean, I don't want to judge, don't get me wrong, but it is a little odd. Very strange request. I'm gonna mix a little bit of the off-white into the Ogryn camo to try and highlight the vein on his bicep a little bit. I think that's a better color. It was a little bit too bright yesterday. I used like almost like a pure white, but no, not a pure white. But we used a much brighter color for it. Fun fact, did you guys know that the Orruk models, the arms in particular, are modeled directly after Ravi? Isn't that insane? I made these a little bit too bright as well. On the back. Oh, I definitely have mayonnaise. Yes, of course. I'm Dutch. Okay, I think that's pretty much the skin finished. Can't complain about this all too much. I'm actually pretty happy with I feel like the glossiness of the scar over there is a bit messy, but I could add some matte varnish. I'll like do a little bit of diluted varnish on it. See if I can maybe get rid of some of that gloss. Don't really know why it sometimes does that. I think it's the Games Workshop washes that are just a little bit shiny. Because I added a little bit of the Druchii Violet to it, and I think that's what caused it. So I'll just dilute down a little bit of the varnish. And I just add it all over this. See if that mats it down. Okay. I think the next part of painting this miniature will probably be all of the... trying to decide. So there's going to be a lot of yellow armor all over this dude. But I'm not 100% sure if I should paint these right now. Like if I should paint those next or if I should aim for something else first. Generally speaking, it seems like it's best to go from the most recessed part outwards. Although to be fair, the armor is kind of sticking out a bunch, so it's not too hard to paint. I guess I can always fix it. Let's attempt a little bit of a base coat on it. Red armor is faster? Yeah, that's true. Now, I haven't really painted a lot of yellow, or at least not like yellow armor. So I can imagine, I've heard many stories of people saying that painting yellow armor is the absolute worst. So, we'll see. We'll start with a little bit of inner light, which is the base coat. Just a little base coat on most of it. Maybe all of it, I don't know. This is the Army Painters one, so not the Games Workshop. I heard that the Games Workshop yellow paints are a little bit problematic from time to time. So this is gonna have to be yellow. I'm fully assuming, by the way, that this is going to take a bunch of coats. So I do need a very opaque layer of it. The Dutch became obsessed with mayonnaise after the founder of their country, John Mayo, made a house varnished with mayonnaise. I don't think that's true, dude. Are you making fun of my Dutch heritage? Is that what you're doing right now? Fear Dragon? That is not okay, dude. We didn't fuck over the French, the Spanish, the Brits about 1 million times. Only for you to then make fun of us. I'm gonna take a screenshot and post it on Twitter, get them cancelled. Actually, do we still cancel people? Especially on Twitter, I don't know, dude. Friet? Did you just call it friet, bro? Alright. Mayonnaise is very important. Dang, dude. Sometimes Rambo... I feel like Rambo and Fear Dragon would get along very well. They post very similar, I mean, I was gonna originally use the word dumb shit, but that sounds mean. So I'm gonna go with questionable Twitch chat messages instead. You guys might be brothers, I don't know. Dude, this yellow is gonna take a while. look how bad. So fucking ugly. Ugh. All right, well, you know what? Believe in the process. Try to not paint over the green paint. Okay, we'll let this dry for a little bit. Go to the other hand. I think painting yellow over black is probably the worst. Fun fact, commonly when people paint, like for example Imperial Fists, they're a Space Marine faction with mostly yellow armor. A lot of people use a pink base coat. Pink is apparently OP for a base coat when you try to paint yellow. Never done that before. But color science backs it up. God. Very tempting to just scoop a bunch of paint on it and not dilute it enough to get better coverage. Don't think we should do that, but I'm guessing 4 coats. 4 coats of the yellow before it's gonna be fully covered. We have a lot of orange or a lot of yellow paint that needs to go over here too though. Guess we best get started. Trying to apply it very smoothly. There are a couple of these like extra... If we want to paint it yellow, why do we base coat it black? Because some parts are going to be very difficult to paint, and those generally are in the most recessed parts. And they're going to be black by default. So if they're going to be black by default, it would mean that it's way easier for them to look realistic. Yeah, I think I'll leave the little flappy thingy over here, and then maybe the 2 shoulder pads as well. I think I'm gonna paint those in a black armor color instead. A little bit of variety. So only this like recessed part of the plate has to be yellow. But I could have used yellow as a base coat or as a primer. Also, I don't have a yellow primer though. I could have like airbrushed the whole thing, I guess, but. It's kind of traditional to use black too as the primer. It just works. Try to not paint the back. That would suck. It's okay to get the armor or the other armor plate. The one that we haven't painted yet. Okay. Nice and patchy. You use white as a base coat? That also works a little bit better, I guess, than black, yeah. Black is probably the worst base coat to use for a yellow armor, but it's okay. It's just gonna take an extra coat, but I think we'll be okay. Okay, so we have these things, yes. The shoes. What about the little thingy on the front? Yeah, the armor on the front here needs to be base coated similarly. All right, well, we have to paint this yellow. How many coats do you guys think it's gonna take to get a full opaque yellow? I'm thinking 4. Three? Believers. You'll have to see it. All right. The little part over here in the back. Sorry, I'm looking at the reference images too. Yeah, so this over here is going to be the wrapping on the boot. We get the pants over there. This is okay. So this guy doesn't have the armor going all the way up towards the chest. Some of the... I think I'm gonna keep these. I could make this yellow too. We basically have to decide what parts we want to make yellow and what parts we want to have black. I could do like one knee pad in yellow and then the other one in black. A little bit of variety might be fun. I think that's a fun idea. A lot of people add like little freehand stripes onto like a pattern onto one of the knees too. Apparently that is to differentiate the different parts of the company or whatever. I don't really know much about Orc culture, but apparently they tend to custom paint some things onto their armor. I'm not yet decided if I'm going to bother with that. Maybe I will. And when I say bothered, I mean if I'm brave enough to freehand something on there. I'll tidy up any spillover, by the way, with pure black again when we're done painting in the yellow. So this is okay. Same obviously for this leg. Let me actually start up the music. Are we doing box art? I'm trying to do box art, yes. Although I don't have all the colors they use officially. But I really like the way that the box art looks overall for the Orruks. So they use a yellow armor. Alternatively, I could have used a red armor. A lot of people do like red armor or whatever color obviously you want. But I figured we'll do a original one for now. Then I guess once we go down this road, I kind of have to do it for all the Orruks. But anyways. Nah, we don't have to. We can change whatever. I think I'll leave this shoulder, or this knee pad over here in black. Just as a bit of variety. Asymmetrical Orruk. I don't even know if that's legal. I'll paint the bottom of the shoes. I don't think it's gonna be too visible, but some parts might be visible when we glue them down onto the base. Especially this little heel over here that's slightly lifted. May as well paint it in too. Okay. I've always struggled with it. Yeah. Yellow on black primer looks a little dirty. I think it just takes a few coats. We just need to make sure that I dilute the paint down enough so it doesn't get too dirty. We don't want to be scooping up any of the details. But yeah, before we can really start painting in the different colors of yellow, I'm gonna have to make sure we get a good solid base coat, like fully opaque. Just gotta thin it down. Okay. I think that's good enough. The spikes on the front are going to be a little bit different. I think I'll make the little... So the crotch armor over here is going to be in black. His little crotch protector. This is going to be yellow too. I may do some metallic armor too, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. Maybe we'll do 3 different types of colors armor. Does feel like this is going to be the next hour or so of painting this mini though. Maybe more. Attempting to get a color onto the miniature. Boom, 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 ba-dum, boom. Blue makes you lucky, green makes you tough, yellow makes you shooty. Ah, the problem is in Age of Sigmar they don't have shooty. No guns. Sorry, Americans. I don't think they have guns in Age of Sigmar at all. I'm not sure though. They have some other weird stuff. This guy has axes. Okay, that's going to be fully black over there in the back. This part over here needs to be yellow too. And then the same for this part over here on his belly. Now, this part over here is very difficult to see. But I think it goes all the way over here. And there's a little bit of cloth coming out of the bottom. Yeah, I think we'll make this yellow too. Again, trying to make sure that I don't get it onto the skin. It's actually the right order to be painting this though, because a lot of this is going to be very tricky to paint afterwards. Especially the one at the belly. He looks very derpy now, but... Okay. Quick little second pass. Yeah, second pass already looks way smoother. I'll be shading this with different colors of orange, like different shades of orange and brown. And obviously we'll be highlighting it with sharper yellows. Maybe 3 is right. Whoever said 3, I feel like you guys may be onto something. You've only ever legit painted walls? I feel like painting a wall yellow is a bad plan. Does take a few coats though. I remember as a kid, at some point, my bedroom for many, many years was like bright green. Like bright green, you know, like chroma key green. Once upon a time, young Loco thought that that would be a fun color to have in a bedroom. And I had that for years. Glow in the dark green, dude. Very subtle color. Like at some point my bedroom was also like a purple or something. I remember at some point I got my sister's, when she moved out, I got my sister's bedroom. And I think it was purple or pink or something for a while before we painted over it. And with we, I mean my mom. My mom was like, get out of the room. She did it while I was at school. Absolute legend. I was trying to be helpful, I'm sure. Are you trying to suggest I wasn't helpful? No, I don't have kids, but I can imagine. For some things, you might be better off not being in the room, yeah. What's up, Shiny? I finished the head, I think, Shiny. What do you think? I think this little head may be the nicest thing I've ever painted. I thought you were here already, actually, earlier. Am I losing my mind? Maybe I'm losing my mind. Oh yeah, I can make any statement today, Thort. And if I, you know, say something really fucked up, I can just claim that it's April Fool's. Smart, no? You were, but you had to leave? Ah, okay, gotcha. I was gonna say, I feel like I said hello to Shiny before. Adding a base coat of yellow takes a little bit of work. I think after this round, by the way, of base coating, we'll be switching on over to some StarCraft. We'll do a full opaque layer of all of this nexter stream. Yeah, it's a nice color of yellow, I agree. It's gonna look real cool when it's done, but I mean, it's just that yellow has not got the best coverage. How are you doing, Thort? I haven't painted a lot of yellow, so I'm trying this out right now. I mean, if it's 3 base coats or 3 coats of maybe 4 coats, it's not the end of the world, right? You gotta do some university stuff again soon. Oof, mate, yeah, you've been very busy with that. Aren't you an engineer yet? Ay. Thort was so jealous of all the engineers in the chat, he had to become one himself. I think just quickly boxing this in, or blocking this in rather, and then relining all of the black later is probably the faster method. I think I'm being maybe a little bit too tidy with some of this. That's okay. Oh, you want to go straight for a PhD as well? Dang. Thort will be in school for the next decade. It's D-E-N-G? I see. Wait, is it not a PhD at all for engineering? That's gotta be a thing. Huh. In another life, I might have gotten a PhD at some point, but not in this one, I'm afraid. Something very strange would have to happen. I see, I see. I already have a PhD though. Pretty huge okay, no, sorry. Oh yeah, we can have a theoretical degree in physics, that's true. Forgot about that. Not a degree in theoretical physics, but... Don't be jealous. Don't be jealous. I think it might be 4 in the end, guys. Looking at all these different shades of yellow. I was hoping 3 base coat layers would be enough, but I think it's gonna be 4. My favorite part is when I will undoubtedly spill the yellow, or like black, for example, onto the yellow later on. Because we're doing the black paint on the other sides of the armor. And we're gonna have to do multiple layers to cover it up again. What's up, Rocco girl? How are you doing today? Oh, I already said hello? That's how genuine my hellos is. You could tell. I'm doing pretty good, can't complain. No. Got a little tiny bit on the skin. We'll have to tidy that up. You're going to the Netherlands next weekend? Ooh. Is it already festival season again? It is? Dang, I remember you went a couple times last year or whatever. Transmission in the Gelredome? Ooh. I've been in the Gelredome at some point. I don't remember what for though. It's been a very long time. No, not for AC/DC. Although maybe they were there as well, I don't know. I used to be big into EDM once upon a time. Not anymore, I'm afraid. I think every Dutch person has some EDM in their veins. You're probably right. Plus, there's a lot of EDM music in general, right? Like, there's a lot of festivals and parties and... Yeah. I used to be big into trance music once upon a time. Trance. A state of trance. I would listen to that every week. It was pretty sick. If you can still put a different love. Banger music. I should add some of those songs back to my playlists. I haven't listened to those in a very long time. What's up, Mickey? Good morning. The Floridians are waking up. The Florida men. Men. The alligators are here. Or at least they have those as pets, I think. I don't know. Who knows what's going on in Florida? I lied, by the way. I said I was gonna do 2 coats of the yellow. I'm doing a 3rd coat already. Mostly because I still had paint on my palette and I didn't want to let it go to waste. That little dot of paint was like 3 cents, okay? Not letting that go to waste, so we're doing a 3rd coat. Ik wens een veilige en fijne dag. Oeh. Veilig and fijn. Those are 2 big words. Sounds a little cringe in Dutch, I'm not gonna lie. Wishing somebody a safe day, it doesn't really work very well in Dutch. If you wish somebody a safe day, in Dutch, it kind of sounds like you want to sell them something immediately. Like say an ISP, like a competitive ISP or whatever calls me. I feel like that's the type of shit they would say. I'm like, oh God, here we go. You did try. I was impressed. Okay, I'm almost out of yellow paint. Just need to coat in this little part with what little yellow I have left. I think it's maybe even gonna be 5 coats, guys, to get it fully opaque, which is a little bit annoying. I got one little tiny bit of, I got like a little, I don't know what's going on here. I think there's like a bubble over here that dried up. Oh well. All right, guys. That is where we're gonna be wrapping up the painting for today. It looks a little ugly now because of this yellow base coat. The base coat, let me see. It's not entirely opaque yet. Obviously, it's also not shaded or any detail on it yet. It's not gonna be this bright when we're done with it. We'll make it nice. Here's the other arm. And then here's the little update on the face. Face is done. The rest will take quite a bit of work still. Gamers! We have more miniatures that require paint. So today, I'm gonna continue onwards with my little Orruk. The head is already done. I am very pleased with how the head has turned out so far. Now we gotta do the body and all of the armor. So I've started adding a base coat. Let me maybe lower the brightness of the camera just one touch. The base coat needs to be opaque. The problem is, it's yellow. And yellow is notoriously a tricky color to work with. So that's what we're gonna do today first. I have already done, I did a coat off stream. I think I've done 4 coats of the yellow now. Maybe I should have just done a different color instead, but now we are, we're committed. Why is it tricky? Yellow is just a notoriously tricky paint when it comes to, I think, pigment density. I'm not exactly sure on the details, but basically, yellow paint coverage is kind of garbage. Especially over black, which is what I'm doing. But anyways, we'll keep it going. The music I'm listening to today is from the Epidemic Sound playlist called like Travel Essentials or something along those lines. Yeah, basically the main problem with yellow paint is you just need to do more coats. And it's really tempting because of it to just, do a thick coat and call it a day. But we need to continuously dilute it because otherwise we're gonna get texture. I was actually a little afraid that maybe I already had a little bit of texture buildup, but I hope not. Anyways, the head I'm gonna put out of the way. Don't want to accidentally mess that one up. We'll just try and do a smooth coat. I'm thinking like 2 more coats and we should be good. It doesn't have to be like 100%, but I do want to get it as close to 100% as possible. Obviously, we're gonna be painting over it, but having a fully opaque starting point does make life easier. So we're just gonna, maybe 1 more coat and we're good. It's pretty quick now though. Shouldn't be that time intensive. Undercoating with orange is sometimes recommended. Yeah, I know a lot of people actually undercoat for yellow in pink. So supposedly pink is the way to go. But since I'm not painting just yellow, I didn't do that. Otherwise I would have considered doing it, but it'll be okay, guys. just takes a little bit more effort. But nothing we can't do. I mean, I'm not painting a full army, right? We are just chilling. Yeah, this is actually starting to look pretty good now. Still wet, obviously. You just got 1,000 views on a YouTube short? Let's go. Milestones, dude. Now you're gonna get used to it, and then next time around you're like, oh, this one only has 800? I am such a loser. When you think of yourself like that, you have become a true YouTuber. I swear to God, every YouTuber has this exact realization. It's not a healthy habit. But I catch myself thinking the same thing sometimes too. Even after all these years. Oh well, it is what it is. I decided my next mini painting project, Loco, it'll be my second time doing a named character. Ooh, which one is it going to be? I love named characters, dude. I think they're my favorite type of minis to paint, actually. But it does feel like you need to do them justice, right? When they're named in books and all that, you're like, ah, this kind of deserves to be painted well. Shasho Viola Shova Kais Montier? Oh, Commander Farsight. Okay, I'm familiar with Commander Farsight. I'm not sure about the rest of the naming, but I see. That's a cool model. Very cool model. I got a little bit of texture buildup actually from previous coats of yellow, which is a shame. I thought I diluted it enough. That's not really that big of a deal. And ultimately this is obviously, it's supposed to be, you know, hammered plate armor type of thing. So I guess it's forgivable. Yeah, this is a playlist I haven't used before, but it seems like a lot of people are liking it. It's actually quite difficult to find like good, high quality, royalty-free music. Hey, Chris. Oh, actually, Brian is still muted. Let me unmute Brian real quick. Brian was still muted from yesterday. Early stream? Well, it's daylight savings again. I streamed very late yesterday, so I was still live at like 11 p.m. It's currently like 1:45 p.m. Anyways, I've been live a lot as of late. Thank you for your resubscription, dude. 126. That is the maximum combat level in RuneScape. Big day. I knew today was special, but I didn't realize it was that, dude. Bow, 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 bow. I'll block out some of the details in black again after we're done with the yellow base coating. Just to keep it tidy. Allow me to focus a little bit more on painting the armor. Plus, I think it looks nice. Not a very useful step, but still worth it, I think. Okay. Yellow is looking, yeah, it's looking pretty good now. We have the arm reps over here too. We do have an 11-year resub badge on Twitch, yes. It is the shiniest of shiniest diamonds. That is also the last one. We'll have to make new ones, dude. Assuming Christoph will remain subscribed and a few others. It is, it's a lot of months. Hello, nice to see you. You're also into mini painting. Good luck in the Warcraft 3 tournament. Hey, thank you. Greetings from Friesland. Nice. So you guys know there are 2 official Dutch languages. One of them is Dutch. The other one is Fries, which is a language spoken in a province. Do we have a 20-year sub badge? Not yet. But when you get there, I'll make sure you have one, Chris. I'll make it just for you, dude. We can have a Christoph badge. Okay. Do we have a nice opaque color? Looking solid, right? Yeah, I think it's good. I'll get a little bit of black on the palette as well, and we'll just dot back in the parts that I would like to have in black. So we just frame the things a little bit better. Just a little bit of good old matte black. Loco probably won't be there. Oh yeah, right. Wait, what do you know that I don't? Hold up, Chris. Chris, are you insinuating that I won't make it to your 20-year resub celebration party? Man, this got very sad all of a sudden. The music at the very least is appropriate. We got that going for us. I'll be long gone, but Christoph will still be there. Donating $5 a month to my relatives. The immemorial sub money. Sad days, dude. I've thought about that actually. You know, there's quite a few Twitch streamers. This sounds very morbid, okay? But there's quite a few Twitch streamers now, since the website has been around for like 15 years, of people that used to stream, but now no longer are around. And some of those channels still exist. A lot of those YouTube videos are still getting views. Like, they're still generating revenue. It's pretty wild. Pretty interesting. What's going on, Mactavus? I will absolutely win the Warcraft 3 tournament. 100%, dude. Okay, maybe not. I don't know. But I'm having a good time so far. I wonder if 3 weeks is going to be enough, though, for me. I feel like I'm kind of slow. Like, I can get good, but I very much so need to treat it like a marathon, you know? Like, 3 weeks is kind of a sprint. But we'll keep at it. We'll try our best. We actually need to do a little bit more yellow. What's going on, Felix? You've been laddering and Warcraft 3 at the same time, also playing Night Elf? Struggling with the exact same things? Nice. That's pretty neat. I'm looking forward to the day that you absolutely leave all of us behind. This is not a Warcraft 3 grunt. No, I didn't actually start this project for it to be a Warcraft grunt, but hey, we can pretend that it is. Zuck zuck, am I right? Dabu. Loktar Ogar. For the war chief. No, this is a Warhammer Orruk. It's slightly different. But I don't really know exactly why or how or whatever either, so, you know, let's just pretend it's a Warcraft 3 Orruk. I'm trying to paint this mini to the best of my abilities. That's the goal. Not doing a full army. Although I do have a spearhead box of this, so I may end up painting more. There's a really cool commander model too. So this is just like, this is a brute. So basically like one of the damage dealers, I think, of the army. But there is like a cool commander model for this miniature, or for this like army as well. There's a couple of them actually, but in the spearhead there's one that's basically similar to this, but larger, and it has a lot of like bone all around him. There's a little bit of bone on this miniature too that we'll have to paint later. But the commander of this force basically has like a full... It's almost like a crown. Like half his armor is made out of bone. It's pretty sick. I think it's also a lot of work to paint, but... we can treat this as the test model, I suppose. Although I'll still do my best. Try to make it the nicest thing I've ever painted, okay? As per usual, that's the goal. Well, yeah, I haven't had his head glued on yet, and I also have his arms separate, right? So it looks all a little bit disjointed. I also have a base that I will need to paint for him. So there's a lot of work that needs to be done. Is this a better time slot, by the way, for Australian viewers? I think it is, isn't it? So we switched to daylight savings. And I think basically this start time is doable for Australians now. Normally my stream is not the most Australian-friendly time slot, but... it's more manageable now, I guess. It's like 10 p.m. right now? 9 p.m. in Queensland? Okay, that's reasonable. Yeah, most streams, like all of the big streamers on Twitch, don't go live for like another 8 hours. Like 5, 6, 7, 8 hours, something like that. That's when the biggest streamers on the platform are live. And yeah, if you're in Australia, that's the middle of the night. What's going on, Nikki? Hello. What's up, Farrell? So this armor is actually going to be black. Like some of these armor details are going to be black. Some of them I think I'm going to make metallic as well, which should look fun. I think I'll do like 3 different types of armor on these minis. Oh, on these minis. Yeah, you can play tabletop games with them. I personally don't. I just paint, but these are technically tabletop miniatures. I think this is 5 coats of yellow. We're just working on the yellow now today. I'm giving it a little bit of time to fully dry. I'm blocking out any of the spills that I've made, but I think this is 5 coats of the yellow now. I may have to go around the edges here and tidy it a little bit up again. Am I gonna paint the flame patterns? I was thinking about it, I'm not sure. Maybe I'll go for like spikes? Something recognizable would be kind of fun. A lot of little details here now, dude. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure. I will decide how it goes later. I don't know. Spikes or stripes shouldn't be too bad. Now we could do like the lightning bolts, like the flame pattern type of thing. We can do something, but it kind of depends on how I feel about the armor when I'm done with it. You know, if I'm really happy with it, maybe I will just skip it. Because they're already yellow, so they're already going to be very recognizable, right? Do-do-do-do. What's good on Galvarino? How are you? Did I forget my coffee? I did. Ay, ay, ay. It's okay, Chet. The coffee is still warm. One of the greatest sins a man can make is let his coffee get entirely cold. Or not drinking caffeine in the first place. Ay, ay, ay. Maybe a mask caller. That'd be fun. I have Orruks now, so you know. We can paint one in October. Although lucky for us, October is still a while away. Feels a bit early to start preparing, you know, horror games and Warhammer miniatures for Orktober already. I don't know, dude. You made coffee 3 hours ago? Oh no. You forgot about it? I do drink cold coffee sometimes. Just as like a rite of shame, you know? You monster, you should have drank it when it was still warm. I'm like Smeagol, talking to myself. We swears it on the coffee. You prefer drinking cold coffee? Dang. We like it hot and bubbling. I like it raw and wriggling. Calm down, Smeagol. Calm down, bro. Good guy, Smeagol. Iced coffee's kind of nice. Depends on the time of the year. Iced coffee in the winter feels like psychopath behavior. But in the summer, when it's like actually warm, not bad. It's just more effort, you know? Unless you buy it, I guess, but... This music is really nice, by the way. I'm liking this playlist a lot. It's giving me exploration type of vibes, you know? Like, you know when you play like an exploration type of game? Not bad. It reminds me of Outer Wild. Yeah, Outer Wild's music. Yeah, I can see that. Minecraft? It could be Minecraft. Okay, it is time to begin the shadage. So I'm gonna be shading the yellow armor with a couple different colors, I think. We'll start with like probably a mix of the inner light, which is what I used for the base coat. And then I'll mix in a little bit of a shade paint actually from Games Workshop called Fugan Orange. And we want this mostly to go towards like all of the little recessed bits on the armor, and then also towards the bottom. So we'll use this in like a glazing consistency, I think. This motivates you to sit down with your unpainted 50 minis of Edmech? Okay. It's okay, dude, no shame. I think you should paint one at a time. I think painting one at a time is way more fun. I know a lot of people like to batch paint. Admittedly, I've never done it a whole lot, but it sounds the fucking worst. Doesn't sound fun at all. Just one at a time is way more fun. Although obviously, you do whatever you like. I'm adding a little bit of the wash onto my palette. I may go and use a little bit of medium as well, just to dilute it rather than water. Although I already have a wet palette here, so it's gonna be pretty moist. You have two painted armies, or two unpainted armies. It's okay, dude. Ultimately, hobbies are meant to be fun, right? A lot of people trash talk themselves into finishing armies that they really don't want to finish or whatever. Okay, so I have a very diluted mix now on my palette. It's mostly the shade paint, but I did mix in a little bit of yellow. We'll try to like kind of paint this towards the bottoms of each of these panels. Probably takes a few coats. Also need to make sure that we obviously get a little bit here around these rivets and into the little divots here. Like there's a lot of little recessed bubble looking things here. I don't know what to call them. I guess it's supposed to be like dented armor, right? So try to be careful with applying it rather than just yeeting it all over. We'll try and do a couple of passes. The base coat is not as tidy as I wish it was, to be honest. We can solve a lot of it later on, but I have actually built up a tiny little bit of texture in some spots, which is a little unfortunate. You could also use wet red paint for blood splatter. Yeah, there's actually a couple different ways to create blood onto miniatures. There's some really cool techniques for it, actually. I can show you a mini where I tried to get a little bit fancy with it that I finished last year. And there are some ways to get pretty realistic blood-looking effects. Let me try and show you. I have some, here. I have a Leviathan Dreadnought that I painted last year. So we got some blood splatter over there on the base. And I tried doing like details onto his legs there and into the little grabby claw. And then also onto the other claw over on the other. I think this one turned out really well. I'm actually very happy with these effects. Try to get a lot of blood all over the mini. Not too much, but at least, you know, little bits and pieces. And I did actually kind of like, I basically dipped some of the paint in, very glossy, and then I kind of flicked my brush into it. So we get some crazy randomization, and then I emphasized it with some dots and some streaks myself. Same over here too on that knee pad. I think this one's very cool. No, I don't go out and play with the armies. I feel like traveling with something like that is also, I don't know. It's doable, don't get me wrong, but I'd be afraid that stuff breaks off because I spend a lot of time. And if you have a whole army of it, don't really want to accidentally mess it up. Let's go to Nissen. What's up, Lena? Thank you, Pressure. It's funny though, because the technique I used for that miniature is very different than this one. Because that one is very, like I used some enamel paints, which basically like you cover a lot of parts of it up and then you kind of like use spirits, like white spirits, to rub a whole lot of it off again. And it's a very different vibe than what we're doing here. Like with this one, it's all control, you know? But that one is like, all right, gravity take the wheel, hope for the best. Smork. How are you doing, fellow Smorker? This will definitely take a couple of coats. I'm using it just mostly all over for now, I guess. It works well. Trying to focus especially on the recessed areas. There's a lot of dents in his armor all over. Not too bad, not too bad. I did manage to get a little bit of the paint, by the way, too, like the yellow paint, onto his back. I don't know if you can see that, right above the scar. I got a little bit of yellow paint on there. Fun times. Yo, have a good one, Pressure. Take care. Thank you for hanging out. I think for the part here that is most recessed, I'm not gonna bother highlighting individual sections too much because it's very difficult to get in there with the brush. So I think we'll just kind of shade it. And since it's the most recessed part anyway, it doesn't really need highlighting. Is any of this even visible on stream? I feel like the camera is kind of not doing a great job focusing. Let me see. Yeah, you can kind of start seeing a little bit of it. It is very small though. Like in general, it's all just very, very thin for now. You're getting a lot of Minecraft movie ads? They know what their target audience, eh? Khal Drogo is in the Minecraft movie is what I saw. Aqua Drogo, also known as Minecraft Drogo, also known as Aqua Minecraft? Weird. Should definitely just get some more yellow paint in here. I didn't watch the Switch event, no I didn't. I saw that they announced a like a spiritual successor though to one of my favorite games for the Switch 2, which is kind of interesting. I love Bloodborne. Seems like the next one in that world is a Switch 2 exclusive. Feels a bit weird. You're currently playing Bloodborne? It's so good. It's such a good game. One of my all-time favorites. It's been a while since I played it, but... So I have a Switch, and I rarely use it. I rarely use it. I know some people absolutely adore their Switch. Mine's been living in a drawer. And sometimes when I go on a trip, I take it with me and then never use it. I have all the right intentions to use it, but I never do. I don't know. You got it for the Monster Hunter games, and after that never used it? I'm not a big fan of the Monster Hunter games. Those are also available on the PC though. Gotta wait a second here for this to dry. Let me have a quick little peek at the Evi archive. Because I know they do use yellow armor, yes. So this is for the glazing. Yeah, they switched to Mornfang Brown for like the next shading step, which feels interesting. I think I'll do like another round. Who are you glazing, Loco? I'm a W glazer, bro. Where's my fellow glazers at? I think I'm gonna use it slightly. Yeah, I like that website a lot. Dylan is great. Great website. Just as like color ideas. I found it to be very effective. Your first ever Warhammer models were orcs and goblins? I mean, they're bangers. They're so good. There is something really nice about orcs in particular that I really like. It's just, I don't know. I've always liked orcs. I'll try and glaze it a little bit more towards the recessed bits, towards the bottom of the model. I think I'll tidy some of this back up again too later with the original color. I think in general though, the box art always looks cool. They, in my opinion, they rarely miss. I know some people really don't like the box art, but I think the box art looks, just, generally speaking, very, very good. Do you know what the inspiration was for how orcs talk in Warhammer? No. What was it? British football hooligans? That's funny. I guess they're quite Orruk-like, huh? It's good on crispy. How are you doing today, dude? I think I'll glaze back in with the original base coat color here. Try and tidy some of this up before we go a little bit darker. Because I do want it to be yellow. It's getting very orangey here. It's not so bad though. Yeah, I did see it crispy. We were just talking about it actually a couple minutes ago. Yeah, basically they're releasing a exclusive Switch 2 game for what looks like a spiritual successor to Bloodborne. Maybe I'll get a Switch. Maybe I'll get a Switch 2. I don't really find myself getting excited, to be honest, for a Switch 2, but as a content creator, it's probably not a bad idea. It's just always such a hassle, too, to like set up streaming from a console. Like, it's not the end of the world, but it does take a little bit of work. And it always feels like everything is just barely holding together because it never works flawlessly the first time around, so you just kind of hope that everything works. I prefer just playing PC games, man. It's way more comfortable. Capture cards are kind of like the fax machines, or maybe the Bluetooth printer of the content creator, you know. They have a built-in streaming button for the Switch too. Yeah, I wouldn't want to use that. I know they have those built-in as well stuff into the PlayStation, but I wouldn't personally use that. Maybe they made it real easy, I don't know. I haven't looked into it. Maybe it's really easy now, I don't know. If I could plug it directly into OBS somehow, without needing 17 different other devices, where you're like one Windows update away from everything falling apart, you know, I would be interested. You're always at the mercy of Windows updates. Please, Bill Gates, don't destroy my streaming setup. I have a little shrine. Just switch to Linux? That somehow sounds like an even worse idea, though. I don't really, no, dude, I think I'm okay. A friend of mine built a whole PC that he never updates just as a quote-unquote capture card and then sends that over to his real PC. That's a man who's been frustrated. Someone who's been tilted before. To be fair, I get it. It can be very annoying. Especially if you like make your livelihood off of it, you know? Like if you kind of need your computer to work. There was an OBS update when I started my OBS up just now, like an hour ago when I started the stream. And it asked if there was, you know, if I wanted to update immediately. I'm like, you know what, let's not do it this time. Normally I'm like, okay, fuck it, we roll, but did not feel like it today. OBS though is an open source program. And it generally is rock solid. Like, I rarely find issues with OBS in all the years I've been using it. But also I use OBS for both video creation and then also, you know, for live streaming, AKA everything I do. At this point, actually, OBS is such an industry standard that it feels like there's very few alternatives. There are a few. We go back to fraps. Unregistered Hypercam 2. That'll be the alternative, I guess. Oh my god, I'm old. You don't know fraps and you don't know Hypercam 2? Ah, jeez. Why do you have to make me feel old, Dylan? Come on, dude. You've literally never heard of it? Back in the early 2010s, people would use fraps all the time. Maybe even like mid 2000 actually. Maybe it wasn't even 2010. Bandicam gang. Unregistered Hypercam 2. I feel like Bandicam though is like the Zoomer application, dude. Fraps is the original. I still have my Fraps license key. What's going on, Lady Azalea? Hello. $5,000 channel points down the drain. Okay, I think we're gonna do a little bit of glazing. Glazing in the opposite direction. Add a little bit of a highlight back to some of these details. So we got some decent... I feel like the camera is doing not the best job picking up the yellow colors. Maybe it's this light that's too bright. Hold up, let me see. Maybe I can like change it. We go this way. How's that? No. I guess okay. Was that the audio software? That was like a paid version of Hypercam. So Hypercam and Fraps were like video recording software where you could record like a window on your computer, and it would record video and audio. Oh, Fruity Loops! I remember Fruity Loops. FL Studio, it's still around. I think it's called FL Studio only these days. That was the DJing software. Yeah. What's going on, Devil? Hello. Waaagh! Okay. Very thin glazes. I'll try and glaze back up to some of these like higher positioned sections. trying to establish the original base code a little bit better. I think we can go a bit darker though in the most recessed parts. I'll mix in some brown here in a bit. But let me first try and see if I can tidy some of this up. Yeah, that's not so bad. Ooh. We got a little bit of drum and bass. I never listen to drum and bass anymore, dude. Boots and cats and boots and cats and boots and cats and boots and cats, cats. Am I taking a music recommendation? Absolutely, from the Epidemic Sound website. I'm assuming you're not gonna give those, but. No, I don't pay. I don't play unlicensed or stuff that I don't have rights for on stream. So I pay a license to be able to play this music on stream. Without getting into copyright troubles. What if it's music that you own? Mate, copyright law is the most confusing shit out there, okay? I have gotten a written permission from the artist of music in the past. This is years ago. And I uploaded a video with that music in it, and it got copyright claimed by YouTube. I counter copyright claimed it, and I was like, yo, look, here's the documentation that I have that states it is from the artist that I am allowed to use his music in my video. And it got denied with the reason being is that the creator of the music was not the 100% copyright owner of the music. Because apparently he had signed some sort of record deal label where he was only the partial owner of the music, and therefore he didn't have the rights to grant me to use. It's a fucking mess, dude. It is way harder than you think it is. It is an absolute meme. Copyright law is a needlessly complex, difficult part of But yeah, you know, like, but the point is, you know, I understand the reasoning. The point is, even if I try to do all the right things, even if the video on the internet says copyright-free music or whatever, that doesn't mean that that is actually the case. So there's a couple services out there, like for example, the Epidemic Sound, which is what I'm using right now, where they guarantee, like their entire business is making sure that every single song in their library is something creators can use without getting copyright notifications. So, you know, I'm just kind of fed up with it, you know, like it's, it's been one of my great frustrations for many years. And it is what it is. No, that's not the copyright law fault, obviously, that specific example I gave, but it's still, you know, it just shows how random it can be, you know? Like you go out of your way to ask for permission, which 99% of creators wouldn't do. And it turns out it's still not correct. It's less of an issue these days, though, with all of the different copyright tools that are available on every single platform. Generally, it's all a little bit easier now, I guess, to figure that sort of thing out, but... Okay. Let me try and do the same thing as well on the arms in some spots. There's this thing called the Digital Millennium Copyright Act, the DMCA, which was written a very long time ago, before, you know, the internet was what it is these days. And a lot of the original rules are a little bit confusing. Plus, like, there's different rules for every country. So, like, I live in the Netherlands, right? But the companies that I upload content on are located in the States. And it just makes it all more convoluted. Long story short, copyright is a bit of a meme. Like, technically right now, I am live streaming something that I do not own the copyrights to, right? Like, I didn't make this model. I didn't make this cork. Shoulder or Monkey Shoulder probably has the rights to this, potentially, I don't know. They have the rights to distribute it onto their whiskey bottles. Does that mean they also have the rights for me to go ahead and live stream their work? There's also such a thing as fair use, which is another big part of it. And fair use is also not entirely clear. So a lot of it is up to interpretation. Like, obviously, I'm by no means a lawyer, but I've been reading into this for many, many years, and it's always confusing. Well, yeah, that's what it is in my mind, right? Like, if I listen to music on stream from artists, you could consider that me breaking copyright law. You could also consider it free promotion. But yeah, it's not that easy. It is not that easy. If you bought it, you should be able to do whatever you want with it. I mean, because, like, say you buy a song on iTunes or whatever, or you have a shop or a Spotify subscription rather, that does not give you the license to then broadcast the music. It's all extremely confusing. It's not that easy. I didn't see it all, Watopia, but I did see some of the announcements. Looks pretty fun. I think what I'm gonna do is add a little bit of like a dark brown. Yeah, we'll add a little bit of oak brown into some of the yellow. Maybe some of the orange, actually. And we'll try to sort of recess it a bit further back. Brown glazing, dude. Normally that's something I only do on the weekends. But today is a special day. Yeah, we need a little bit more contrast. I'll mix the different colors on my palette just to make it slightly more dilute. A little bit more orangey. But we need a little bit more variety. That sounds disgusting, Loco. Well, you know what? It is what it is. We need a little bit more darkness. I'll start with the most recessed parts. Like, for example, where these plates meet. Yeah, we need a little bit more separation between all of these parts. The orange was nice. But I think mixing in brown is the way to go. Yeah, so we can see the actual plate. Okay, that's good. I may have to go much darker there. Working on the shadows here first and foremost, obviously. We'll bother with the highlighting at a later time. We'll add a little bit of brown as well towards the bottom here, because there's probably dirt on his boots. Yeah, it's always a bit confusing. Like, copyright law in general is very weird. But I've always tried doing it the right way, you know? Like, I've always tried doing the right thing. But even when you try and do the right thing, you sometimes still get memed by the system anyways. That's life. Trying to add a little bit of color around each of these rivets. I think the brown is the right call. Try to add it where the highlights are going to meet later. We may have to glaze it back up again at a later time in some of these directions, but I guess this knee pad over here would be hanging over some of these details too, right? So it makes sense if it was a little bit darker underneath. What's up, Mickey? Good morning. The whole system as a content creator or a creative person is hopelessly confusing. Yeah, it gets a bit confusing sometimes, but honestly, it's not that bad. I feel like it was worse a few years ago. Like 10 years ago, it was a lot more convoluted. I feel like it's all settled quite reasonably, to be honest. There's also a lot more protective laws these days. That also helps, obviously. Like the European Union has really made like quite a few changes that help out in that regard. But yeah, I don't disagree. It is a bit confusing. Okay, so we got a little bit more definition now on the shoe. I think that makes a big difference. It's all a bit dirty though, like it's looking a little bit dirty somehow. I don't really understand why. I guess it's because of the brown, but it's all just looking a little bit patchy. That's okay. Maybe this paint is just not ideal for glazing or something. I've wondered about that. I've noticed some of the paints are really nice for glazing and maybe these are just not. Not exactly sure. Maybe I'm doing it wrong. But I don't think I am. Because it worked well on the skin. This is an army painter paint. So like I did a lot of glazing too on the skin, and I feel like it's way smoother. Like the little face over here, we got some nice color transitions. I don't know how obvious it is on stream, but we got some. I mean, it's meant to be dented armor, right? So I don't really mind, but it's just not as tidy. It doesn't look as smooth. Is there a paint brand that is considered to be like just across the board solid in every regard? I guess that's what every single paint brand always, you know, advertises, but there's not, right? Like, no. I want there to be one, but it's the surface of the yellow paint, perhaps. If you put down a varnish, it might get smoother. Yeah, you might actually be right too. Like maybe some of the finishes are also slightly shinier. And then maybe that's throwing me off a bit. It's really tempting though to believe that there is one paint brand out there that solves all your problems. Does not seem to be the case. Yeah. Every paint brand has its issues. I heard though that paint brands used to be a lot worse, like even just 5 years ago. Apparently paint has gotten much better since then. It's kind of cool. Is there like one paint brand you tend to use more than others, Dylan? I think I may have asked you this before, but I don't remember. What's good on Schaden? Hello. Yeah, I see a lot of people always talking about paint brands online. And interestingly enough, everybody always seems to have their own favorites. Like even like the top end painters, you know, a lot of them will use different. Like there's a lot of people that, for example, don't like Citadel paints at all. And then I see some of the absolute very best painters in the world, they pretty much all exclusively use, well, not all, but like a lot of them do use a lot of Citadel paints. Kind of ironic. I see. Yeah, you might be right. So maybe they mix in white to increase opacity, but then the white also automatically obviously makes it, yeah, more patchy. Tends to be more chalky. Yeah, the bottles of Citadel is the most annoying thing, honestly. I don't understand why they don't use dropper bottles. Like initially I didn't quite understand why people were complaining about the little paint pots. I'm like, what's the big deal? You can just take it out, but it's, the dropper bottles are just better in every way. The pots are actually just straight up worse. You know the weirdest thing about this, and I didn't even think about this initially, the paint bottles they use to sell their airbrush paints. Like, why? That makes no sense. Why would you have bottles for airbrush paint? Very strange. What's going on, Balaam? Or Bailey, rather. Hello. Is this a small Wolverine figure? No, this is an Orruk. I just don't have his head glued on. His head is right over here. I've already finished it. How's the yellow treating you, Loco? With pain. Pain and effort, but we're getting there. Yeah. I used the little hobby drill to like drill his different body parts onto I put his head on a spike. You put like a little you know drill bit, and then you super glue in a paper clip. Actually, it's a paper clip, and it works quite nicely.
Cool content to listen, Willy Painting. Keep it up.
Hey, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Not gonna be just painting today, though, I'm afraid. I'm gonna be switching it a little bit too. But I appreciate you. Thank you. I'm definitely gonna have to tidy some of this up again with the original color. I think you're right, actually, Dylan. I think they're probably mixed in white to make it more chalky. Like to increase opacity, but then have less of a, like more of a chalky finish. What super glue am I using? Nothing fancy. I just picked up a random super glue one day. I have no idea what brand it is. I'm pretty sure it's all the same product. Just some of them have better bottles, I guess. Because my super glue keeps super gluing its own lid. Which is not ideal. If you find something that's really good, please let me know. Like, my super glue is very good at gluing itself. I would not recommend the one I'm using. I actually have like a pair of pliers in the drawer right next to my super glue, because about 90% of the time I need to use the pliers in order to undo the lid. Maybe I should use 2-component glue? Maybe. Nah, I think the super glue is okay. I mean, honestly, the system I have kind of works. I just, it just seems a bit silly, you know? I'm just bitching, always. There are many options with replaceable nozzles. Yeah. Something like that might be better. Your plastic glue does it? Huh. Plastic glue seems to be pretty chill for me. Okay, I'm gonna try and glaze back up again with the original yellow color. Just to establish hopefully a slightly nicer color like set. I'm actually interested though, for those of you that do mini painting, what brand do you mostly use for paint? Is there like one paint brand that you tend to lean on more than others? Liquitex? That's the artist ones, right? Vallejo, and then AK Interactive, okay. Citadel, okay. Flexa? For painting your home, I guess, Matador? Citadel? Okay. Vallejo? Vallejo and AK Interactive, they're cheaper than the Citadel and better bottles? Right. I've been mostly using the Army Painter Fanatic ones, but I wish there was one rule to them all. Would be easier for me to... Yeah, dude. That's how they sell the Kickstarter paint lines every year. They always promise that this is the one paint set to rule them all, you know? But I believe that to be a lie every time. Every year, there's at least 3 Kickstarter projects, I guess. The one paint range for all your needs. Spoiler alert, it was not the one paint range for all your needs. I've never used the Liquitex paint before. But those are not really directly meant for mini painting, right? I think that's just like you need to do a lot of mixing and stuff for it. Which honestly, I don't mind the idea of. It sounds a little bit more tedious, but it's also part of the skill, I guess. You use gray nights, like half of the paints you use are metallics, right? But I'm sure there's a lot of difference too between the different quality metallic paints, right? I know a lot of people love like the Vallejo Model Air Silver and a bunch of other brands too that do. Very rarely do I see people recommending actual Citadel metallics, but I'm sure they're fine. What drill do I use? I think I have the Army Painter drill. It's a little red one. It's nothing fancy though. It's just like a little hand drill. I think it's the type of thing that like any there's a lot of brands out there, right, that make drill bits. You can also probably just buy a different drill bit, to be honest. You have a company Dremel tool? Hmm. Okay. Obviously, this is not highlighted yet. The highlights will make things look nicer for sure. I don't think it's bad, but I'm not really in love with it, if I'm honest. It's all looking a little bit chalky, a little bit patchy. I'll try and I'll smooth it out. We'll use some glazes. I do want it to look nice and smooth. It's okay to have a little bit of patchiness, but I think it got a little... I feel paint isn't that important though. Paint comes mainly down to skill. Yeah. But that would require taking, you know, responsibility. I don't really know if I like that idea too much. It's much nicer to just blame your tools, you know? Fair Loco, better buy 100 bottles and blame the paint. I'm sure the next Kickstarter line will fix all my problems and I will win a golden demon in no time. You'll be laughing at me at that point. Manically, might I add. I've never painted yellow before. This is my first time painting yellow. Well, at least to this extent, you know? Why can't I paint like those guys? It must be the paint. It is always the paint. Or the brushes. I did see a couple videos of Infernal Brush where he mixes in a glaze medium when he's glazing. I wonder if that's worth doing. He uses like a, it's like an artist brand. I'm not exactly sure what the brand name is, but it's like a thick paste that he mixes into his glazing paints before diluting it down. It's mostly just to create like similar texture or similar finish, if I understand correctly, to all of the different paints, because some of them are more glossy than others. Might be worth experimenting with, because that's usable for any paint. Yeah, it's like it's called a glazing medium. I bookmarked it. I don't know what it's called. Glaze medium. Daler-Rowney? Yes, Daler-Rowney glaze medium. I have never used this stuff before, but it's basically just a pot. Like 250 milliliters for 10 pounds is gonna last forever for miniature painting, because it's like a thick, like, it's like a scoop, you know? You have to like scoop it up. You just take a tiny little brush full. Do you think that's worth using, Dylan? I'm sure you've experimented with it. Or at least a similar product. Clear acrylic with glycerin and propylene glyco. All right. Nerd alert. Can be fun, don't be fouled. It's actually quite hard to use properly. Yeah, I can imagine. Because now you're mixing another product into the same, you know. Fair. Okay, fair. You seem to be tidying all of this up quite nicely, by the way. Most of my complaints from earlier were W glazing away. I'm gonna try and add a little bit of a sharper line over here. Like the top of the shoe needs to be a little bit cleaner. Right. Yeah. No, I see. It just adds like an extra component. That could be beneficial, but only if you know what you're doing in the first place. It's a bit early for Grandmaster build orders. Yeah. It's funny, I like everything I do in life, I somehow relate back to StarCraft terms. We gotta work on the fundamentals, huh? Having perfect link bane control. Microing your Zerglings and Banelings like Serral when your build order is crap is not particularly useful. It looks cool maybe, but... Did you learn a lot? Dude, I had a blast, Mickey. It was so good. I'm actually very excited to play some Warcraft 3 today. Even though I'm a little tired. Yeah, we're gonna be switching games here in a sec. Well, switching to a game. Gonna first cast some StarCraft. What's up, Lithrinus? I hope Grubby and Serral can do Warcraft 3 and StarCraft 2. I mean, the balance in that mod is going to be a little bit difficult, huh? It's always difficult to determine how that sort of thing would carry over from game to game anyways, right? Grubby did play like StarCraft 2 professionally for some time though. Oh, Serral would be phenomenally good at Warcraft 3, yeah. I think people underestimate sometimes how good those programmers are, man. It's honestly insane. Serral is absolute beast. Like genuinely absolute beast. It's like when Serral is on point, the cleanliness in his gameplay, like it's hard to really find any faults. Like you just look at it and you're like, oh, well, that's possible apparently. Okay, one more little bit of glazing on this leg. Trying to get nice smooth transitions after the little bit of chalkiness that we had. Still thinking about the recessed parts. So I think for this leg, we can work on the highlights next time around. We got some decent shadows, a little bit of variety in there. I'm hoping that once we do the highlights, it's all gonna tie in together a little bit more. It's supposed to look like dented metal, right? Like these guys just, you know, scrape together a bunch of stuff. At least that's the general vibe I'm trying to go for. Yeah. Yeah, we'll have to tidy up a little bit more. But it's already pretty late. I mean, I'm only gonna be live for like another 5.5 hours, guys. We got stuff to do. Guys. I've been obsessed with Warcraft 3, okay? It's been a little bit too long since I've last done some mini painting on stream. I've been working on this little orc, and it may be one of the nicest things I've painted so far, assuming I can keep finishing it to this standard, because I think the head has turned out pretty cool. Now, the only problem is that there's a lot more to this miniature than just the head. But anyways, I was working on the yellow armor last time around. Some of you may remember. And I didn't like it. It didn't look good. It looked patchy. In general, I think I could do a better job. So I decided to strip off the paint and try a different yellow. So previously I was using the Army Painter Fanatic Inner Light, I think is what it's called. And I decided to strip it off and rebase it with Everland Sunset, which is like, I don't know, it's a Citadel paint. And I gotta say, I did a little bit of this. I did 2 coats of this, and then I shaded it with some other paints. And this is where we are at right now. So I got a little bit of color variety onto the yellow armor. And I think it's looking way nicer so far. Last time around it looked quite patchy. I mean, obviously it's not even, you know, it's not done. But we're starting to see some of the highlighting, and I think it looks way better than what we previously had going for the yellow armor. So I'm liking this a lot more. Even though I've been steering away a little bit from the Citadel paints over the last few months, I think I may be wrong. I think maybe painting with the Citadel colors is a very good idea. Anyway, today we're gonna continue on with the yellow armor for maybe like an hour or 2. And then we're gonna do a little bit of StarCraft casting. And then after that, we'll do some more Warcraft 3 practice. Kevin actually may jump in a call with me as well to help me out get better at Warcraft 3, so should be pretty fun. I'm gonna be moving the head out of the way. Look, I was just watching a YouTube short. I'm disappointed in your math. It's interesting, dude. I have been making that joke for many years now. A lot of people don't seem to catch it. There's a bunch of jokes that YouTube commenters love to correct. One of them is when I say, oh, look, he's committing Sudoku. I know it's not, guys, I am pretty dumb, but I'm not that dumb. Another one that I kind of like is whenever I claim that, I don't know, 2017 is 3 years ago. I'm pretty dumb, again, chat, but anyways, it's great for YouTube engagement, I've noticed, though, because a lot of people would like to pull the, well, actually, so I don't really mind. Sarcasm is not an easy thing. I didn't mean it as a rage bait, though. I think it's pretty funny, but, you know. It is pretty funny, no? I actually had to giggle like 4 times when I've done coaching with Grubby so far, when he says, actually, they changed that in a recent patch. And the recent Warcraft 3 patch that he's referencing is like 2004. I think that's pretty hilarious. Yeah, I think that's pretty great. Anyways, we're gonna go ahead and do a little bit more shading. So what I've done so far is base coated with yellow. Then I've done an all over shade with some Fugan orange, which has made it quite orangey. And then I've also done a little bit of a recess shading with some of this. Now I will be tidying up some of the yellow later on, but I think we gotta go a little bit darker still. No, the reason I call Immortals Marauders is because I'm dumb. That has nothing to do with, no, that's just me being stupid. Gonna use a little bit of Mornfang Brown. A very small amount of it, I think, to try and shade towards some of the recess bits. Yeah, dude, so yesterday at the end of my stream, as I'm shaking the bottle of paint, yesterday at the end of my stream, I rated, I think you pronounce it Knopf? I've seen some of his content before on the internet. Anyway, I rated him at the end of my Warcraft 3 gaming session, and he spent like a good, I don't know, 30, 45 minutes analyzing my last couple games, which was really nice of him. Not why I rated at all. But he decided, you know what, this loco guy? He looks like he needs help. No, that's not what he said. But no, it was really cool to see how somebody who's very experienced with the game approaches what I'm struggling with. I got some pretty good suggestions actually. Am I the StarCraft guy? I can be the StarCraft guy, absolutely. What's going on, creator? I'm a Giga nerd guy. I think that's the first and foremost thing to point out. Let's try and do a little bit of recess shading here. Trying to go around the outside. Gotta water it down a little bit more, I think. Don't want it to be too strong. Dude, the Warcraft 3 community is very kind. Genuinely, a lot of very nice people that are trying to help me out. Seems like a lot of people are just excited to see, you know, a game that they love. I mean, it makes sense, right? Because most of the Warcraft 3 guys have been watching that game for probably like 10 plus years, maybe 20 plus years. And they've just been watching nerds that may be known for other things give that game a shot. I mean, I would love it if something similar happened for StarCraft 2 as well, right? Like, that'd be very funny to watch. Doing some very thin glazes here towards the bottom of the boots. Mostly because I want there to be a little bit more brown there. I would imagine that's where most of the dirt would accumulate. We'll work on the shadows first, and then we'll do some of the highlighting again. Mostly just want to do this in like the deepest part of these little recessed sections. I've been loving it though, genuinely. Like, I'm actually surprised with how much I enjoy playing Warcraft 3. I figured I was gonna like it, but it's a lot of fun so far. I don't know how well I'll do in the tournament ultimately, but we still have a week for that. It's going to be quite competitive, I think, and quite difficult, but I'll try. I'll try my best. Yeah, exactly. Like, if people were to give StarCraft a try, right, and they're like, oh shit, I've played a lot of Age of Empires, but I've never played StarCraft, what do you recommend, right? I would be more than happy to give them advice. So I get it, I get it. Plus, it's kind of nice too, right? Like, when you look at the Warcraft 3 Twitch category, it's very common now to see it actually pretty dang high up on the Twitch, like, leaderboards. Especially during the evening time, there's a lot of people that are playing the game, which I think is pretty cool. Maybe this is the Reforged that Blizzard was talking about all those years ago, you know? A little different than what they originally intended. But... kind of miss doing a little bit of mini painting though. I have, by the way, spent a bunch of time off stream reorganizing my painting setup yet again. I posted some pictures of it on the Discord. Can't wait to see Loco get cheesed every game in the tournament. Yeah, that is something I am a little bit concerned of. Cheese is always something that like is exponentially better at lower levels, right? I think I'm pretty good at countering it, but the downside of these older games is that there's also a lot of strategies that I have simply never seen. So if you have to like deal with something you've never seen before, it can become quite difficult, but we'll have to try our best. Doing a full glazing around the outside, the bottom of the boot. I think that makes sense. They would be dirty. We'll just have to spend a little bit of time tidying some of this up when we're done with the shading, but it's looking good. How much value is my Warhammer set? I don't know, dude. How much value? All my Warhammer paints combined? Ooh, I don't know. Don't really want to think about that. Yo, what's going on, Pig? How nice of you to raid, dude. I didn't know our stream schedules ever aligned. Thank you very much for the raid. Hope you guys had a good stream. Welcome, welcome. I just got started. I'll be here for like the next 8 hours. So I'll be here for a while. We're starting with a bit of mini painting, but after this I'm gonna do some StarCraft. A little bit of StarCraft casting. Actually, I've got a series, I believe, that is from the Pigsty tournament, which is pretty hype. And then after that, I'm gonna do more Warcraft 3 practice. I'm playing in a tournament next week. So welcome. You're more than happy to stick around, and thank you again, Pig. Hope you had a nice stream. I'm working on some of the yellow armor of an orc that I'm currently painting. Now, obviously, he has arms. And he has a head. I've just separated them for now because it makes painting way easier. Trying to add a little bit to the shadows. It's currently a little bit too orangey and a little bit too... But we're gonna make it a lot more yellow when we're getting back up to the highlighting. I've been spending many hours on this little guy already. Yeah. I think it's a really nice model. So I have the face done. The face is done. I'm just trying to finish the rest of the miniature to the same standard. It is pretty small though. Like this is my, this is my thumb right over here. It's a very tiny little head. It's like he's got boots made out of cheese. A little bit. So mostly just want to pay attention here to the most recessed parts. Gotta add a little bit of paint into those sections. I think this is a little bit too dark, to be honest. Gotta dilute it a bit more. Yeah, that's better. Barely any paint on the brush. I mean, it's supposed to be very dented and bruised armor, right? So wouldn't be the end of the world if it's a little bit messy in some spots. I think because I stripped the paint off previously to try and get this color on there, I think there is going to be a little bit of residue because of it. But anyways, like I couldn't like aggressively strip the paint, right? Because if I aggressively strip the paint off, I mean, obviously I would get it onto the green body too that I already finished. So I didn't really want to get too ham or go too ham. Is my audio okay, by the way? Did I not make the music way too loud? No, it seems okay. I was looking at some of my own VODs. Noticed the music was a bit too loud. We gotta add a little bit as well over here to the chest piece. So we're gonna do a couple different colors of armor. We're gonna do yellow like we're doing right now. Then some of the pieces are gonna be black, and then we'll do some metallics too. So a little bit of variety in some parts. Yeah, if the music is too loud, please let me know. Is it okay? Or should I lower it a little bit? You can be as impolite about audio volume, by the way. Always. Like, as impolite as you ever want to be. If you feel like I lowered it, but I didn't lower it enough. I notice this all the time for other streamers, where I'm looking at other people's streams and I'm like, oh my god, the music is way too loud. I can barely hear what you're saying. But I don't want to be a prick about it, so I don't point it out. But feel free to be a prick about it. What's going on, Shiny? Okay, let's do a little bit as well on the arms. You're just here for the music. Oh, sorry, my voice is too loud for you. I see. How are you doing, Shiny? Have you made plans yet for the perfect painting setup? Shiny mentioned he's moving apartments. The perfect mini painting setup, dude. Not yet? You're going to measure things up on Tuesday? Fair enough. So these arms are going to be facing downwards, so it would make sense for more of the darkness to be over here. Like they're going to be sitting like this. So we want more of the shadow to be over here below this section. When I glue the arms on, I may actually go back in and try to tidy some of that up a bit. If I end up thinking the shadows are not dark enough, I should do the same thing over here. Yeah, moving kind of sucks in general, but making plans for how you're gonna like use the space and how you're gonna definitely have the perfect setup and all that this time around, that part is pretty fun. And then you still have to, you know, adjust a million times. Yeah, I like doing that kind of planning a lot. Weren't you guys moving into, weren't you buying a house or something, Dylan? Or am I completely misremembering? This was a while ago. I think I'm gonna add a little bit more to the bottom of the shoes. Ha! Well spotted! I love Monkey Shoulder. Yeah, Monkey Shoulder is excellent. Monkey Shoulder is a personal favorite, right? You keep getting second place with the bidding process? Ah, I see. That sucks. Hey, I'm trying out your tip, by the way, Dylan. I've got the oven safe, whatever it's called, parchment paper for from the Albert Heijn. It's actually really good. It works like a charm. I tried it the other day already, and Seems like it's kind of useless to buy the dedicated pieces of paper now. Yeah, it's excellent. The water seems to kind of like pool a little differently, if that makes sense. Like you create like little... The water tension is different. Seems like it's easier to figure out if I'm at like a certain consistency. Which is funny because a roll of parchment paper is, you know, not that expensive. Yeah, I'm not a big whiskey drinker. I mean, I used to be more of a whiskey drinker, and then at some point I realized, no, Loco, this is probably suboptimal. We should not be this much of a whiskey drinker. So I you know, maybe like once a week type of thing for me. But I do like whiskey, yes. Don't really want to grow the habit of doing it every day, you know? What's going on, Man-at-Arr? Adding a little bit more dirt to the bottom of the boots. At least that's what I'm trying to do. I'm gonna add some chipping as well to some of these parts. But we'll have to wait for that for a little bit. Drinking is bad for gains? Absolutely. Although the calorie, you know, like, if you really want to min-max it, the calories in like, you know, 2 glasses of beer or a glass of whiskey is... Straight vodka is probably the ultimate min-max, but that's just, you know. There's some people that swear that they love drinking straight vodka. They're always like, well, you've never tried any good stuff. I probably haven't. But also, I don't really need to, dude. I'm good, thank you, though. Laurent doesn't drink at all, so naturally I don't really, you know, I'm not gonna sit here at home and drink by myself all the time. That's a bit, yeah. Okay, let's tidy up some of the glazing here with a bit of the original base coat. I think I'm gonna add a little bit of this, and then I'm also gonna go one step brighter. The only use case you see for vodka is cleaning off the cooling paste from a CPU. Gonna add a little bit of this too. This is a very bright yellow though. Dude, I decanted all my Citadel paints into dropper bottles. I want you guys to know that this took a while, and it's kind of a shitty process, but I'm a very happy dropper bottle man. I feel like that's the worst part of the Citadel paints, dude. Why did it come in those stupid bottles? Sounds incredibly fun. Yeah, very. So look, this is what I'm talking about. The paint kind of behaves like this on the parchment paper. So you see how it like draws together when you move it? It's easier to like read the consistency. Like that needs to be, that's why I gave them to you. Thanks, man. I transferred yours as well, Dialan. I have one over here, that was originally taking up space in my paint rack. This is one that Dialand sent me. Temple Guard Blue. It's this tiny, tiny little amount in the bottom that I got. And this one, look at this one. You can almost, if you look very closely, to be fair, most of them were actually quite full. It's really hard to see from the outside how much paint is in there. A bottom scraper, that's me. Okay, I want to try and do a little bit of glazing back up towards the top parts a bit more, just to make the blends a little bit smoother. But also to bring back some of the yellow a bit more, because I think it's gone a little bit too orangey. Smooth everything out a bit. Do want it to be yellow in the end, preferably. Yeah, maybe I'll like the orange too. Do kind of want it to be a little bit stipply in a way, because it is supposed to be, like I said, like armor, right? Like that I guess the orcs themselves kind of battered together and threw in a tub of paint or whatever. I'm assuming at least that's why it's the way that it is. I'm assuming orcs are not gonna spend a whole lot of time meticulously cleaning their gear. Or maybe they do, I don't know. You anticipated? No, this is a Orruk. It's technically not an orc, it's an Orruk from Age of Sigmar. They don't have, as far as I know, they don't have any guns. So not a 40k orc. I like these models a lot though. I think the models look amazing. I'm gonna smooth out some of the blends. We have some spots in some of these sections that I don't love. This one could shout for the Horde, absolutely. Different universe in the end, but you know. They can do whatever they like. They're strong, independent orcs. They don't need no alliance to tell them what they can and cannot. Waaagh! Okay, let's let that one dry for a second. Let's go to the other foot. I think I need to dilute it just a tad bit more. kind of funny actually, there's tiny little dents in here that the paint naturally runs into a bit. Hopefully we can pull this all together with the highlighting. I want to do some different colors of highlighting with just the tip, you know? But like just the tip. Tip of the brush, I mean. Yeah, dude. I feel like I've actually, so even though a lot of the other guys that are playing in this this Warcraft 3 tournament, they're putting in more games than I am. I actually kind of feel like I've been overdoing it a bit. My last games of the day are garbage. Like my last 2 hours or so of the day were not particularly good yesterday. I was playing way better before it. So we're gonna do more focused practice rather than mass gaming. There's an advantage to mass gaming. And some days I feel like playing a lot. But I feel like today I do want to definitely practice Warcraft 3. But I feel like there's an advantage too in trying to be a little bit more, I don't know, deliberate with the practice. Rather than just grind a million games. I'm way happier with this than my previous version of the yellow, guys. I think it looks way better. I've got a bunch of different minis that I've finished so far. I'm really taking my time lately, though, with every mini. Rather than, like, mass paint or whatever. I mean, I was already spending a lot of time on each mini, but even the very small models, like the one like this, for example, this is not a very large model in the end. Taking a lot of time on it. I don't paint armies or whatever, so I just paint for fun. Although I really do like orcs. I think orcs are sick. I could see myself doing an army of Tyranids or orcs, but across the board, I'm not really planning on doing a full box set or whatever. But if I were to, probably orcs or Tyranids. Not planning on going back to StarCraft 2 ladder at the moment. Don't think it's a very fun experience as Zerg at all. Most of the ladder at my MMR is Protoss, which is just, I don't know, everything's Protoss, dude. I love casting, it's an absolute blast, but playing is an entirely different beast. Finding a lot of enjoyment right now in playing Warcraft 3 though. In a weird way, I also feel like I'm a better caster when I play less. Which sounds maybe a bit silly, but when I play a lot, I find myself being more and more biased. And when I play less, I feel like I don't know. I have a very good understanding of StarCraft, you know? There's very little for me to be gained if I play hundreds of games every month. Like, there's just not... It may actually work backwards. Like, it may work in my disadvantage. Because I may actually end up being more biased. that makes any sense. I don't know if it does. Even Cyril doesn't seem to be having that much fun playing Zerg, to be honest, man. He's GGing out a lot lately. Like early GGs, just... You don't play a perfect early game? GG. I love casting the game though. I'm not gonna stop casting StarCraft anytime soon. I may very well go back to the ladder at some point in the future, I don't know. But not really planning for it at the moment. Kind of getting my my RTS itch from Warcraft 3 at the moment, as far as playing it goes. Okay. We'll do a couple of rounds around the mini with this. Hey local, real talk, do you lick your brushes? Of course I lick my brushes. Sometimes I leave a little bit of paint on there just for flavor. Generally I try to rinse them off. I'm mostly just doing some glaze highlighting back to the original base coat. So I originally colored this entire part in Averland Sunset, which is this like, that's a relatively dark yellow paint to be fair. It's almost orange, but after this I want to do a similar glaze consistency towards like a brighter yellow in very, like mostly the top facing parts I suppose, not everywhere. And then we'll start doing some sharper highlights. I think most of this looks pretty good, to be honest. Maybe I should just go for the brighter one right now. We're gonna add a little bit of a glaze of Flash Git yellow is what it's called. This is very bright though, so I gotta make sure that we dilute this way down. Let's see. Yeah, we can do a little bit more. Just mostly want this in like the upwards facing parts. Anything that's like facing the sun, like the light source. Which I'm picturing is coming from the top. And then we'll do some edging, a little bit of edge highlighting. And I want to try and work my way all the way up to like an ice yellow, so like a very, not quite white, but a very bright yellow. And hopefully it'll look good. What's going on, NMR? I'm pretty happy with the muscles on the arms. So the shoulders are going to be underneath the shoulder pad anyway. I'm not too concerned about it. I don't know if I love the little, I don't know, the biceps and stuff. I think they look pretty good. I've spent a lot of hours trying to blend them out smoothly, but Very nice, Edomar. You've been painting your thumb? Hell yeah, dude. Some people wear gloves. Also an option. They paint their glove instead. You can also just not paint anything. Okay. Mostly just trying to get some pretty smooth blends all over. What about just going straight to the model without licking? How about I don't even dilute it? I just scoop straight paint right onto the model. What's good on Pressure Trauma? Glad you guys are excited for a stream like this too. I know it's never going to be the most popular content on the channel, but nice to see some people were looking forward to a little bit of... it's a different vibe, right? It's a little bit less sweaty than the gaming. Gaming is fun. It's a little different. Pretty good. It's surprisingly wholesome. Nice. You got yourself some plastic sheets. That's the same plastic that Games Workshop uses for testing with colors. Ah. I think a lot of people use their pile of shame for that instead. Oh yeah, dude. When they release the StarCraft minis for the board game, I am more than happy to paint those. Assuming they're gonna be good, obviously. If they're gonna not be, you know, top tier quality, I'm not interested, but I'm assuming they will be good. Because it's a Blizzard product. And Blizzard is known for their quality, right guys? I mean, it's a license, right? So it's, but Blizzard's name is still gonna be stamped all over it, so we'll see. Seems like they have some really cool ideas. I would like to check it out for sure. Okay. Things looking pretty good. It's a lot more yellow now than it's orange, which is good. Trying to tint a little bit of the different colors here. It's a very small little part of the mini. Okay. Ooh, I don't know, late man. I was thinking about going to Essen last year, but I don't know. Maybe I will. I'm not planning really though on. Maybe, no promises, but if it like works out that way, be pretty sick. Depends on how busy it's going to be too with like StarCraft tournaments. Like the beginning of the year of 2025 has been pretty slow. It looks like in general 2025 is going to be quite a slow year for esports, I guess, in general, but do have a few trips that I have to do as well for other things. But a lot of this stuff is usually like, it's not super scheduled, you know what I mean? It's always a bit hard to predict. Trying to tighten up some of these transitions a little bit more. Between the brownish orange and then the yellow. Anywhere where I see a drying mark that I don't really like, I'm just gonna add a little bit of a glaze on top of it to try and smooth it out a bit. I think StarCraft 2 will be here to stay for a while longer for sure. It's always difficult to predict the future, man. It's always been like that, to be honest. It does feel a little bit more serious now, but we know we have at least StarCraft for like another half year. And I wish there was some sort of multi-year deal, but hey, it is what it is. Maybe Blizzard will suddenly wake up and decide that they want to do some stuff again, or I don't know. There's always a chance, right? Like it's always... Ultimately, it's also a 15-year-old game. Yo, War Hipster, how are you, dude? The green boys are looking crisp? Love watching your videos. Hope all is well. I didn't use any contrast paints for this one, though. Is that, am I making mistakes? Do I feel like the takeover of Microsoft made a difference for StarCraft 2? I mean, Blizzard has gone from doing nothing when they first had, StarCraft 2 over the last couple of years, to now Microsoft owning Blizzard, and they are doing nothing. So we've gone from nothing to nothing. It's a shame, because I think StarCraft is a fucking brilliant game, but yeah, sadly they haven't really done much for it yet. Maybe they will. I mean, they put it on Game Pass, I guess. That's pretty neat. There's a good chance some of the higher ups at Blizzard will someday get to it, but I don't have super high hopes, to be honest. Hey, look, we're just asking how many people here have told you that you spelled orc wrong. Actually, this is an Orruk. It's not an orc, it's not an orc with a K, it is Orruk. Anyway, I've been playing a lot of Warcraft 3 lately on stream. So in a way, this is like, you know, it's a bit of dirty clickbait. Yeah, I'll be honest with you, it's a little, anyways. We're trying to tie a couple different audiences together, you know? This is an Age of Sigmar orc, yes. I mean, I didn't really intend it as clickbait, to be fair. I just figured it'd be funny. I finished the face, yeah. Just gotta do everything else up to the same standard. At least I'm trying. After all these years of playing WoW, though, I do think spelling orc with a K. Look, Warhammer can do whatever they like, but it doesn't make. I don't feel comfortable. Oh, you've started working on a Plague Marine kill team? Nice. Oh, actually, the old world orcs are spelled with a C. I didn't even know that. I didn't even know there were orcs in the old world. I haven't looked into that at all. Yo. Oh God, I'm so bad. Thank you. Welcome, welcome. You got an ad? Oh. Well, now you don't get ads anymore. Sick. Ah, they usually refer to them as greenskins. Right, fair. Okay, I think we can start doing a little bit of highlighting, guys. Let me try and maybe do an extra code here up top on the top little section. I will be honest with you, I don't really know any of the lore of Age of Sigmar. I am by no means an expert when it comes to Warhammer 40k or Horus Heresy lore, but at least I've read some of that. When it comes to the old world or Age of Sigmar, no idea. I just thought the models looked cool. That's about the only thing. Like, how do you get these models or these holders for the models? So basically what I do is I drink whiskey and then I take the... Anyways, maybe don't become an alcoholic just to be a miniature painter though. I feel like that's not, you know, the correct build order. But if you can save a couple of corks from something, it is very useful. These little holders are from Red Grass Games. They're okay. I mean, ultimately it's just something to hold, right? Oh, how do I, so the way that okay, so say like the orc on the cork, right? basically what I did is I drilled a hole in the top of the Orc's head in a spot that's gonna be hidden when we glue him down to the body. And then I stuck a little, like it's a paper clip. So I just super glued a paper clip onto his head. And then, like super glue is pretty strong, but it's also quite brittle. So I can just kind of twist this off and it should be in a spot that's hidden from the rest of the mini. And I did the same thing over here in the shoulders, and then the same thing over here too in the feet. And then we just stick them into a cork. Yeah, this is an orc on a cork. We've heard of the elf on the shelf. This is an orc on a cork. A little different. Okay, we gotta do a little bit of highlighting. A little bit of edging. Where's my fellow edgers at? We'll probably do a couple different coats to this. I'll start with the flesh gits. No worries, I love talking about this sort of thing. It's really fun. Using a slightly smaller brush. Let's see if I can do this without being an idiot. I think it's going to be kind of difficult in some places to use the edge of the brush. Or the side rather. So I want this to be a little bit wider than the final highlight. The idea being that we can still put another highlight within this highlight. This is what I struggle with, by the way. Like, edge highlighting with Warhammer minis is not easy. So we'll try and spend our time with this. Not really in a rush. I think this needs to be slightly wider. Have I seen the minis for Conquest? I have not, no. They look amazing. Why the pumpkin color? I think the orange and the green look pretty cool. Or the yellow armor and the, well, orange shadows. I think when we do the highlights, it'll probably look a little bit more yellowy, but for now it does look a little orange, but I don't mind it. I don't know if there's some sort of significance with yellow armor for orcs. Like, is there like, you know, do they shoot faster or are they quicker or like, you know, they have different characteristics, right? There is in 40K. I think we discussed this earlier on stream already when I first got started with this mini. The 40K yellow orcs are Bad Moon? I don't know anything about anything. Wait, I've read like maybe 24 Warhammer books, and I don't think orcs have really been a thing in any of them. Like, not for an extended period of time anyway. There's reference to them and stuff, but... I mean, I did play Space Marine 1. There's orcs there. Yeah, neat game. You haven't played 2 yet? Oh, you have played 2, but you didn't play 1? Fair. I think 1 is still worth playing, yes. I mean, obviously it's older. But it's still very fun. I thought Space Marine 2 was excellent. Very fun game. Space Marine 1 is like, you know, a decade and a half older or so. I think it's like 2008 or something. Still a good game. Fun fact, Iron Jaws make their armor out of half-digested remains left behind by their boar-like mounts when they eat armored corpses. Oh. Yeah, Warhammer lore is very sane, don't worry about it. That sounds entirely normal. Trying to separate the little panels on the foot. A little bit of fluff. So far, so good. Did I play Mechanicus? I tried playing a bit of Mechanicus, and I was having a great time playing Mechanicus. Fun game. Problem is, all my YouTube VODs got muted because of a song that plays in the background. So apparently there's a track in that game called Brother 4 or something along those lines. And apparently you're not allowed to have that in your videos without getting 79,000 copyright, notifications. I think I got literally 17 copyright notifications from one stream that I did, where I was just playing the game. So I've decided to not continue playing that game. Because I really think that's shitty behavior in general. So I also don't want to promote any of it for obvious reasons. Plus, those VODs are not monetizable for me. And ultimately, I make content for a living, right? So spending like 30 hours in a game, it's nice and all. Obviously, there's still other sources of income, but it does feel like it's a bad thing to be promoting that sort of thing. You know what I mean? Game is good though. To the next section we go. Not bad. But yeah, copyright memes are always very funny. I did play a little bit of Rogue Trader. Rogue Trader seems like a banger of a game as well. I haven't played it too much. But if you're a fan of Warhammer, I feel like that is the type of game that is very good to check out. If you enjoy games like Baldur's Gate, like CRPGs, I think that is a game worth checking out for sure. In true Owlbear Games fashion, it was garbage on release, but it's very good now. Isn't it nice how game companies do that very frequently these days? Release the game first, then actually finish it in the year or months to follow. I heard a lot of great things though from that game. I never got too far though, for what it's worth. I think I've only played like the first 2 hours. From growing up with Games Workshop in the 90s to seeing it be mainstream now is wild. I am very disappointed that I wasn't introduced into this world of mini painting until relatively recently. I think I would have absolutely loved this as a kid. I just never came across it. It's quite impressive really, how Games Workshop is actually doing just fine in the modern world. I mean, obviously they do a lot of things that are outside of tabletop gaming too, but it is kind of neat how they're still, in at least a lot of ways, they're sticking to what they've always done. Space Marine 2 is what you got, or okay, Space Marine 2 is what got you into Warhammer? Fair. It's a good game. Sadly, the panels are not super defined over here on the shin. little difficult for me to see. Where to draw my little highlights. May have to invent some of them. You haven't started the Horus Heresy series yet? It's very good, dude. I mean, most of it is good. Some of it is not. There's a few books there that I do not recommend. Maybe that's heresy of me to say, I don't know. Do I have a Discord with my completed miniatures feed? So I have a, I actually made a little page for my website. If you go to loco.tv, in the top bar of the menu, there is a mini painting setup where I have added some pictures and then also links to my YouTube playlist for the ones where I have YouTube playlists for me painting them. Do I plan to read the 40k books after finishing Horus Heresy? I mean, there's like 60-something Horus Heresy books, right? I've read a few of the 40k books so far. I'm currently reading the third book of the Night Lords trilogy. Dude, Night Lords trilogy, that's 40k, so that's not Horus Heresy, but the Night Lords trilogy is fantastic. Highly recommend. Thank you, Dylan. Yeah, loco.tv/minis. Yeah, that's 40k. So that's a 40k set. It's the same for like Eisenhorn. Eisenhorn is also 40k. I mean, it's mostly just a setting difference, right? But ultimately a lot of overlap between 40k and Horus Heresy. Like it's the same universe, just 30,000 years and 40,000 years. Okay, do we see a little bit of definition starting to appear? On that right boot, this one. Trying to keep it pretty chill. I have not heard of that NMR, no. Inquisitor Obi-Wan Sherlock Lasso? Sounds cursed. You're reading the Soldiers of Imperium omnibus? Okay. The mid-80s stuff wasn't very serious in comparison. Yeah, I can imagine. Obviously, they have changed the universe quite a bit over the decades. Believe it or not, the 80s are a while ago, guys. As someone who was born in the 80s, Loco, oof, yeah. You're getting pretty old, dude. But it's okay. I mean, I honestly think they've done a pretty good job keeping most of it quite up to date. I think reading literally every single Warhammer book, though, is difficult. I don't know how many there are, but there's so many from the olden days. The olden days, aka when Oh God, I'm So Bad was born. You know what I mean? No, I'm kidding, but there are a lot of books from like the 80s too and like the 90s and stuff. I don't know how many of them hold up. There's probably... I'm sorry. I am just barely not born in the 80s myself, so, you know, I'm way younger. Way younger. The very oldest novels is where you can find the actual retcons. I see, I see. You know, somebody left a YouTube comment on a video of mine today saying that he knew the name Slayer's Boxer from StarCraft, even though he was only 1 year old when StarCraft 2 released. Now that was a bit of an oof for me. Apparently he was born in 2009. I'm like, that's... Which tribe is this? These are called Iron Jaws, if I'm not mistaken. Why you gotta do this to me, Loco? I'm sorry, guys. Didn't mean to give you an existential crisis here on the Friday stream. I'm so sorry. We're all old here? Yeah. Fun fact, Twitch chat actually goes out and gets colonoscopies together. This is like a stream outing, I think. I don't know, I'm not of that age yet, but... Dude, somebody left a comment on one of my YouTube videos yesterday. Or 2 days ago. I sent this to Rushy in, on WhatsApp. Hold up, let me show you. I sent him to Rushy. I said, we make the world a better place. The day of my colonoscopy, I had to get up at 3:30 a.m. for the final dose, and I watched Loco playing Split Fiction while I waited I waited for it to manifest itself. God, watching my videos, waiting for the final dose. God, I love manifesting itself. That's so funny. Any moment now. Oh. Ready, set, go. This is a Age of Sigmar Orruk. Okay. What do you guys think of the shoe? I'll do about another half hour or so of painting before we switch to some gaming. I'm trying to see if I can finish this too. We demand Minecraft? Dang. That's a crazy demand. You were hoping for Hello Kitty Island Adventure? I'm gonna disappoint you guys so bad today. I'm gonna do... Well, I'm gonna play games with the word craft in it. Gonna cast some StarCraft. Got a very fun series that I wanna go ahead and cover. Upload on YouTube. Doing that live. And then I'm also gonna play Warcraft. Warhammer craft, maybe at some point. Okay, we're gonna go one step brighter. Gonna shake it. Gonna shake it. Haven't used this paint very much. Shake the shit out of it. This is an ice yellow. This is going to be for the thinnest highlight. I performed that motion very well. Thank you. I got many years of practice. Oh, I'm definitely always interested in hearing suggestions, NMR. I think I'm actually kind of stuck though playing Warcraft 3 for the foreseeable little future. Because I've been very much so enjoying that game. I'm gonna do a 1-to-1 mix first, guys. I'm gonna do some Flesh Gets Yellow together with that Ice Yellow mixed together. This is two different paint brands. Mixing them together is considered to be treason, but I think it's the right thing to do. Slightly smaller brush here. The music ended. Oh no! The voices in my head are getting okay, good. We've quieted them successfully. Music is back. What's good on Thort? Hope all is well, dude. I'm doing pretty good, can't complain. Trying to do this color within my previous highlight color. So it has to be very thin. Do you only paint minis or do you play? No, I only paint. So I only paint the minis. I don't play the game, which apparently is a little weird, but I really enjoy the painting. Maybe at some point I'll get into the tabletop too, I don't know. Yeah, I really love the painting. I think it's very fun. It's like I feel like all my hobbies are digital, if that makes sense. And this is kind of something that's, you know, a little bit more tactical. It's nice. Very different than what I normally do. Tactile, sorry, what did I say? Oh, I said tactical. No, I mean technical. My bad. The shoulder pads are going to be, I think, black. So I want to do metallic armor and then also black. Although we're not going to leave them black. We're going to obviously add some bluish highlights to them. And they're probably going to be more like a dark gray rather than... rather than pure black. There's some nice yellow. Hey, thank you. Appreciate that, Screech. I actually, before I started painting this yellow, today, I stripped it off of the Mini and I redid the whole thing, because I didn't like my previous yellow. I think this one looks a little bit better. Okay. Gonna use some of the pure ice yellow on the brightest spots. Only diluting this a small amount, because this should be really sharp, and I would prefer doing one coat. So this should only really be in like the brightest spots. Just don't breathe, guys. It's easier to paint when you don't breathe. Don't get that shaky. Yeah, don't pass out though, that's bad. Whoa. Now I have to go in and tidy some of this up again with some of the original color. Glaze over it a couple times. Try to tidy it up a bit. Not bad. Do you think you'll start or you'll keep playing Warcraft 3 after the tournament? I think so, yeah. I'm really liking the game. It's been a blast. It's honestly been a blast so far, Ukro. So, as long as I'm enjoying it, I'll keep playing it, I think. I haven't been enjoying StarCraft 2 laddering as much. I love casting the game, but it's, you know, a bit painful to play at the moment. Plus, I've also played many hours of StarCraft, right? So, what's going on, Echo? How are you? casts of Warcraft 3, maybe. I have a question, Loco. Do many painters use a magnifying glass to do small stuff? Some people do, Paul. I think it depends on your eyes. I personally don't really like painting so much with magnification, although I haven't really done it a whole lot. But I know some people swear by it, so I think it's very much a personal preference. I know a lot of people that just kind of buy like these like cheapo like zoomy glasses thingies from Amazon for like 10, 15 bucks. Oh, there's definitely no shame. Dude, if you feel like, ultimately it's just like an art form, right? So if you feel like you could do a better job doing something, whatever it is, I don't think there's any shame in using magnification or anything along those lines. I've been watching some of the Infernal Brush videos. Phenomenal painter. And he uses magnification glasses all the time. Especially for the stuff I'm doing right now. And he's not old. You bought a magnifying glass for miniature painting a few weeks ago, and you ended up not using it at all. Gives you a headache, and the focus area is so limited. Yeah, fair. I mean, it's worth experimenting with, right? If you feel like it might help you out. Ultimately, hobby time is hobby time too, right? So whatever you enjoy or whatever you need. The process and the end result is all that matters. I mean, there will always be gatekeepers with any hobby, right? But gatekeeping in general is pretty dumb. Unless we're gatekeeping Belgium, then it's totally okay. Or League of Legends. No, wait, no. Am I gatekeeping? Absolutely. You use your cameras as well as... Yeah, so that's kind of what I do. So I look at my cameras, like my stream output, right? So obviously, this is the size of my thumb. My thumb doesn't look that big in real life compared to what it looks like on my monitor. So I'm kind of using my screen over here as like a zoom feature. Okay. I want to add a little bit of chipping, guys. Yeah, if you have like a camera setup that kind of works. It's also kind of good to refocus your eyes every once in a while, I guess. But if you have a camera setup or like an overhead setup like this, that is something that can definitely be useful. I think we need to add a little bit of chipping, guys. I'm gonna add some of the Mournfang Brown, which is what I used earlier. I think we want to add little spots where the paint has supposedly flaked off. I think we can be quite random with this. I always find this a little scary though. We'll start around the outside. I feel like it would make sense for there to be damage around the shoe here. Actually gonna switch to another brush. Let me actually open up a reference image too. Let me see how other people have done this. Oh, sick. I got my paintbrush against my microphone. Nice, Loco. Okay. I think we want to add some chipping as well around parts that may just be a little bit messy, like right over here. Cover up our mistakes with that. I'm never an expert though when it comes to chipping. I always find it quite difficult, even though it's supposed to just be like random damage all over a mini, right? It's quite difficult, I find, to be random. It's also quite difficult to decide when to stop. Can always glaze back if we don't really end up liking it in certain parts, but... Okay. We'll try and get a little thin line around some of the bigger scratches. I may add more. I may remove some, I don't know. Make it look like the paint actually has been damaged. Actual chips of, you know, yellow that have fallen off of this armor. I think we want to do this on every single one of them, but... some of the deeper ones. Okay. Could someone tell me what the fuck a chunky highlight is? Generally, when they talk about chunky highlights, it's like maybe twice as big as what your finest highlight is going to be. So it's quite common to do multiple layers of highlighting. And generally speaking, a lot of people will use like a small brush for the chunky highlight and then an even smaller brush for the fine highlight. So I'm currently using a brush that I think is pretty good for the fine highlight, but yeah. It is not uncommon in the EVI archive though for them to have like 3 layers of highlighting, like of edge highlighting. So it's not just like one coat of edge highlighting, it's, you know, multiples. Which is not very easy, and that's where a lot of skill is displayed. Painting hard. Okay, does this look like battle damage though? Not so sure. Maybe I need to step away from it for a little while. What do you guys think? Yeah, we could make it a bit more brown, a little bit darker. How long does painting 1 mini generally take me? Like 20 plus hours? Depends though. You think the light catches it on the wrong side? How would I fix that, Dylan? Aren't you supposed to put the highlights of these scratches above the scratch? Yeah, I could make it a bit darker. The brightest part of the scratch would be at the bottom. I've done it in reverse, haven't I? Yeah, no, it makes sense. Misplay. Tiny little misplay. Didn't really think about it. I just put them on a shelf, Zalasa. That's what I do. When they're done. And then they live for the rest of their lives on a shelf. Who's this Simon guy? I don't know. No clue. I'm thinking maybe we can do just a tiny little bit as well of the metal rivets, just to kind of like finish off that part of the mini. I may go back in and change some of it at a later time, but... I do want these little rivets to be made out of metal. And I think I want to do a little bit of brown around them as well, just to like, maybe add some rust as well around it. So using a metallic paint. For some reason, these don't feel particularly well sculpted onto the model. Something's cursed about them. I guess they're absolutely tiny. So maybe I just kind of messed them up a little bit. Yo, Mickey, what's up?
Happy Friday to the beautiful and sexy people of chat and to the dark horse of the Warcraft 3 Invitational. God Emperor logo.
Wow.
Hope you are all doing well.
What do you mean, dude? I'm clearly the favorite. Going into it, Mickey, what are you trying to insinuate right now? Can you believe this? Thank you very much, dude, for the 500 bits. Straight toxicity. I said what I said. Whoa! He's doubling down, chat. Brave. You don't mess around with dark horses? Ah, okay, good, good, good. It's getting a little concerned there, Mickey. Mickey called me beautiful and sexy, guys. What a day. This normally never happens. I think that one's a bit too extreme. This is a Age of Sigmar orc. Yeah. Trying to do a tiny little highlight around these little rivets. Like a little circle around them. Not so easily done, because they're extremely small. Gotta fix up the one at the bottom. Trying to frame them a little bit. You've got some models from 10 years ago you never finished. I'm pretty sure that's all people that have been in the hobby for 10 years, dude. Okay. I would like to go one step brighter, maybe, on the rivets. Just one tiny, tiny, tiny little dot. Of like a bright silver. On the top of each of these things. Should we do some rust as well coming out of these metal parts? Probably not a bad idea. I'll do like a darker brown. You got kind of bummed out back in the day when Games Workshop stopped updating Warhammer Fantasy? Well, they've been remaking pretty much everything from what I understand. So, you know. There's new models again. Trying to add a little vertical line. From the rivet. No, they haven't really, like, they're constantly releasing new stuff, dude. The pace with Games Workshop releases is high. Okay. I made an example for the scratches loco. Ooh, what did you link me, Dylan? Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. Dylan linked me a little picture. I should definitely move those to the bottom. The right one looks way better. Thank you. Visualizing that is very useful. I've already been doing a little bit of it. Some of the stuff over here, though, is definitely a little messy because of it. I think I'm just gonna reestablish some of those scratches next time. Might be about time to tidy things up a little bit, clean the brushes, do some gaming. Yeah. All right, so here's where we're at after painting the yellow boot. I think we can tidy things up a little bit, make it a bit better, but pretty pleased with how that's coming along. We have a lot more armor though to get through.